It says I'm alive. Um, yeah, okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known by many as Hawkeye Two Feathers. And in the crazy world, that weird old hermit that lives down in on the edge of the swamp down in the woods. Um, I greet you all with the love and the honor of the infinite creator, and I continue to pray each and every day. I got the burps. That each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. Now, with that said, hi everybody, Mossy Man, Doug, good to see you. Project Skyfalls, howdy, howdy, howdy. It just got done kind of sort of on Andromeda 7. And you know me, I've always got a different take on things. And I think they all did a wonderful job, and it was absolutely some good information. To that addendum to all things written, there are many times things are written down, and the person who wrote it knows what he's talking about, but the people 2,000 years later might not know what they're talking about. So, one of the things I find fascinating in this world of spirituality, you know, and hmm, I don't really want to knock it, but there's an entire other world other than the Egyptians. And I mean in that the Americas, right? The native peoples have an understanding of spiritualism right from the get-go. I mean, they're born with it, it's nurtured, but here's the thing. We are born with it, but it is not in our nature, culture, for that to be nurtured at an early age. So religions have popped up. Now I think there's a bunch of stuff going on back in them Egyptian days and long before and thousands of years before that. And this, 10, 12,000 years, there were folks here long before then too. So we have to accept that we are not alone in this universe nor on this planet. And people are seeing all these UFOs and all these other things and spiritual things. And some of these spiritual things, they ain't spirit, okay? They are an alien type of being. We have got to put that in our vocabulary as a maybe. Because I don't know if I can actually say that I've seen both, but having seen quite a few different little weird spirits and stuff in the woods and in the mountains and places and stuff, and then having seen physical evidence of other stuff going on, like what Dante shows on his channel, we have to consider that that is going on, period. You know, um, the idea of the chimera goes way back. But here's the other side of the coin. There are insect races, there are different types of, and I mean no disrespect, but lizard like kind of combination. Dracos, this one, that one, blah, blah, blah. There are different kinds of grays. There are different kinds of us. There are tall whites. There are giants. We have to understand that these things exist in the universe. Now, what does that got to do with spirituality? We, in our new world of understanding, it must be included, is my point. Well, the Anunnaki did this and that. But we really don't know the true story, because there are a lot of folks that go, well, this is what they did. Are you sure? Or is that what the people wrote down? Okay, because If you look in our current situation here in the United States and you say, hey, well, what about, that thing back in November that was so screwed up and all the weird stuff? But so the people in 50 years only read what's in it's in the National Archives. So whatever's printed. So will they actually know that there wasn't necessarily a riot at the Capitol? Will they really understand, what really kind of happened? Or is the headlines going to be the only thing that's read in 50 years? So, and in 2000 years, and do they really know how to read it? Well, it looks like this text, and this text says that. Everything is subject to interpretation. Truths behind some of these myths, legends from Egypt and over yonder. There's a lot of strange evidence. I mean, the pyramids is one of them, you got to admit. But in the Americas side of the pond, no. So as I was stating at the end of Andromeda 7 show, it's interesting with all the native folks that I have met and talked with and studied and everything, this idea of immortality or, that there is sin or that there are all these things, it's that um, native peoples did not see that, okay? It was within a tribe. There was no money involved. There was no church. There was no, now, yes, there were sacrifices, but at times I wonder if they really did sacrifice people. Now, they were very savage back in the day, but at the same point, they weren't always savages, okay? And so, white people were a whole lot more savage than the red man was, period. I mean, years ago when the Lakota and many tribes got together and started the ghost dance, the white men went crazy and outlawed any tribe to ever do anything related to a ghost dance, especially by native peoples. And they couldn't really understand it, but they knew that if they were doing it and dancing and it said ghost, that it had to be bad. And what it was, all native peoples, all tribes, to participate in this dance on Mother Earth, to bring back the elders, to send the white man back across the ocean or into the ocean and clear this land, okay? And you'd go, wait a minute, they're talking about an uprising. Well, maybe it's a spiritual uprising. Okay. So in this thing of spiritualism, and look at it native stuff, and it's not just native, but the Americas, because there are things in Africa and there are things in India and so it's not just here, but the native peoples in the Americas saw no need to build temples. Okay. So you have to start right there and go, listen, they understood that Mother Earth is the temple. So that, yeah, there are some special places on this planet that are, energetically, or where maybe some guy sat down and said, wow, this would be a good place for a ceremony. And he left a pile of rocks and some stones, and maybe a feather or two or something, a medicine wheel. And later on, somebody came by and said, look, somebody did a ceremony here. I think it looks like a good place. I think I'll do here too. So through repetition, not necessarily that the place was sacred, but it was a special place and it became sacred. You follow me? I have places in my own woods that are more special to me than other places. So some might say, well, that's a sacred place. To me, it is, but to nobody else. Maybe not to the universe or the Great Spirit, see, but it's sacred to me in that it There's some kind of energy. I like this spot. So therefore, because I've done many ceremonies in that same basic area, that is, it has become spiritual or sacred. But to whom? Again, to whom? Who was it important to? You know. So in the spirituality of all things, native peoples just understood that when they here there was this saying that when the new grass comes out in the spring, that it to honor mother nature, you don't wear your moccasins, you don't want to break the blades of grass, the new shoots, and you want to walk only in your bare feet to honor the grass and spring and so forth. Now, where is the worship in that? Where's the altar? Where's the monument? Mother Earth is the monument. The Black Hills, sacred to the native peoples there. They didn't have to carve a face in the mountain. The mountains themselves still are sacred. So white man comes in and carves a bunch of presidents on there. I've been there. So it's an amazing place. Interesting, I gotta say. And a marvel of human ingenuity, if nothing else, other than, folks, it's a rock. Yeah, but to the native folks, it's really, a slap in the face. But anyway, I don't think that was the intent of the guy that, designed it kind of thing. And oh my God, the intricate ways they did it. It's really amazing how they did it, and hanging from the face of those things, from ropes and swinging around with jackhammers. Them guys, So, but anyway, um, so there are many places that are sacred. The site is sacred to native peoples, but they didn't put a monument up, They didn't build a pyramid. They didn't build it. Now, again, not too far from me, is the Kolomoki Mounds. I've been there many times, camped there, set up on top of the mound in the middle of the night, did little ceremonies myself, watched and it's really an interesting place, let me tell you. Like 1,200 years old kind of thing, okay, from the sort of the Mississippians, part of that group. And close to the Chattahoochee River, there was a lot of traffic up and down the Chattahoochee, that leads all the way, to just south of Atlanta. Actually, it runs through Atlanta, but anyway. So as a place to, float things north, south, between Alabama and Georgia, here's a river that's really long, if you consider, outside of Atlanta, all the way down to the ocean, right? To the Gulf of Mexico. That's a good way. So there was trade there for a long time before white men ever got there. They used to have steamboat traffic up and down it way back in the day. Same thing with the Flint River. So these rivers down here were, had enough water in them, they could get paddle boats up and down. What? Yeah, So we think that that people couldn't get around. Well, so could the Native Americans with rafts, and if they may have walked upstream if the river was too hard to paddle. But they were surely going down the river and taking whatever furs or whatever from north up in the mountains down to the ocean to trade down there, and vice versa. But anyway, so this idea that Native Americans were stupid savages, they didn't know what they were talking about. So, and it's not just here in the Americas. I mean, the Canadians, the Canadians, the Mexican peoples, the different, the Mayans, and all the way down through the Americas. Then people know how to do stuff that just goes way back. So the idea of religion didn't come about until the white man got here. Okay. So, but spiritualism was just born into you. All right. Yeah, I know that, the Mayans and the Aztecs down there, there were those, big pyramids. I understand. But I believe that that was, manipulated by some other folks, because as soon as the whoever those other folks were and left, the Mayans and the people scattered. They say, "Oh, the culture disappeared." No, it didn't. The people just saw no need in upkeeping a city and building temples and monuments when they just went back to doing what they normally do, being natural. So it is the nature of things that is natural. Should we just believe? Yes, we should. The universe is infinite. So people have a tendency to want to overcomplicate how simple spirituality is. And through Buddha and all these other folks, and I put it in my sort of little description, that in my years of study, native peoples just believe. They just do. Where white folks have to go through churches and religion, and the culture teaches us that you can't get there from here. You have to study Jesus. You got to give up this, and you got to study the laws of Allah, and you got to study the laws of the church, and you got to study the laws of Confucius. You got to, you know what I'm saying? So they created all these gods because it meant, so, well, God Shiva, so everybody buys little bells and trinkets. It's a business. Native American peoples, they don't sell, they didn't sell their religion. They might have carved a dove or a horse or a pig or a thing, or, you wear, two feathers like I've got. There are things that represent things, but they're not deities, okay? So it's representations of natural things: feathers, dogs, cats. Well, cats and, depending on where you live, whether it be tigers and, the Bengal tiger kind of thing, or if it's the snow tiger, or if it's a Yeti, or if it's out in so depending on where you're at, there are these critters. We've got huge bobcats around here, but no one's, at least not that I've heard of in a long time, has ever been attacked by one. But they're huge. They're like mountain lions, only a little smaller. They're really big. And they have panthers down in these swamps too. And it sounds like a woman crying when they at night. It's a really strange sound to hear them, but you don't see them, not unless you're out in the middle of the swamp at 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning, and happen to catch one of these things slinking along looking for a meal. But a friend of mine shot a bobcat in the backyard. That's how I know that they're around. And somewhere there's a picture of it, and it's really big. You put it on the back of the tailgate, and it's as big as the tailgate, okay, of a, Ford Ranger. But anyway, so, and where am I headed with this? All things are natural, but when it comes out of the natural state, society teaches us that it's unnatural. Well, I have this feeling, oh, it must be the devil. Must be there's something in the shadows. Maybe it's your spirit guide hanging in the shadows that has kind of sort of halfway materialized, and in your imagination you help kind of bring them to life over there standing in the shadows. At the other side of that coin, there are some really nasty entities. Now I gotta say though that it seems that the nasty entities that have like recurrences, okay, are at places that nasty things have happened. So, as I said on Andromeda 7, I said some of these entities, they live there. And if they've had babies or whatever, however they do what they do, there are certain places where that's where they came up. That's where they came into this world. It's home to them. So these entities might be very well established in Egypt and Syria and all those places, up more up towards the north than Czech in the Czech Republic and other places. And there are those entities that were talked about by the Nordics up in Norway and Sweden, and the giants up there and different critters and stuff. Beowulf, okay. So and dragons, all right. So the fact that we don't have them anymore, we don't have the dodo bird anymore. We don't have the oh the ivory-billed woodpecker anymore. We don't have, this animal. We don't have that animal. I've talked about that down here in the South. There aren't any more wild quail. They just ain't here. And for whatever it is now, there are quail here, but they're pen raised and then let loose. But as far as natural quail, they don't exist. I used to have them here. Okay. And there's still plenty of territory for them to live here. So there are different types of critters who used to live here in my lifetime that ain't here no more. Oh, but these other critters, the chimeras and things, and they couldn't exist. You're talking about 3,000 years ago, I've seen things disappear in my 68 years. 40 of them on this property and in this area. You're trying to tell me that things can't disappear? Bananas. Certain trees that used to be everywhere around here. I used to be able to go down the road here just a half a mile. And if I could cut across the neighbor's yard, it would be even closer. But there used to be sassafras trees all over the place that grew up and down the fence lines. There used to be all kinds of little cherry trees and stuff like that. This new generation came in, tore them all out. I can't find a sassafras tree down here anymore. I can't get roots. I mean, sassafras is one of the old Cajun, you dry out the leaves but you used to be able to just go get it. And now it doesn't exist anymore. Mullein used to grow wild around here, many different places. Barely ever do you see any of it, ever wild. And it used to be, okay? So you say, well, Dave, now what are you talking about here? So what's this got to do with spirituality? It has to do with the nature of things, is what is my point. If you watch nature, you will notice that some things come and some things go. And with man's intervention, because it's been the farm tractors and the changes in farm practice over the years, that many of these things do not exist anymore down here. So you say, well, what's that got to do with stuff? The spirituality has changed, because without the quail and the things, that then there aren't the other things that used to feed off the quail, and there aren't the other birds, and there aren't the other things. We don't have the quail themselves to chirp and run across, and to watch in these coveys, and they're gone. Unless I move or go someplace else, I will never see that again, unless I buy a bunch of quail or something, and repopulate the area. But my point is, from a natural standpoint, they've been gone for the last 15, 20 years. So when is that coming back? Adios, quail. All right. So down on the river, the nature of things has changed, okay? In that what we see in the 3D level, what is our connection to these things? Well, over time, things have changed the natural order of stuff, all right? But if you think back to what just in my lifetime, just go back 30 years when there were, all these critters that used to roam around here all the time, and they're not here. The different trees, the different herbs that aren't here anymore. So now what? I remember those times. So I still have that spirit in me, all right? Because I witnessed it. I went and watched the quail. I fed the quail. I picked sassafras and the roots that, taste like root beer, sarsaparilla, So, and then when all that went bye-bye, I was like, where I live here, I was hoping that these native natural things like the mullein and all these others, that I would never have to go plant my own sassafras trees because there was so much wild and there ain't none anymore. Okay. The spirit of those things are still here, if that makes sense. So the natural order of things 60 years, 50 years ago has been changing. So a lot of people would not be able to experience some of the things I'm talking about because they just don't see it, and they don't see where it matters. It's like, well, so you don't have any more quail on your place. What's the big deal about sassafras trees? Well, what's the big deal about mullein? Well, if you understood about some of these things from a medicinal point of view and etc., then it's a really big deal. And to actually see the extinction of things in a particular area, that's sort of mind-boggling. Now, how is that tied in? That was a good one. The natural order of nature 30 years ago has changed. Not because Mother Earth has changed, but because man changed it. Okay. So with spirituality, this is where it ties in. In spirituality, man has taken the natural order of things and changed it up. So you look at, well, but this is no, that's not really true. No. You have to believe in Jesus. You got to have the Bible. You got to have the Quran. You got to have, your Jewishness. You got to have whatever it is, or you ain't getting there. Period. Well, if you don't believe in Allah, bye, sinner. If you're not in some kind of, the Catholics still believe because of the Nicene Creed. Nicene Creed, right? Nicene Creed, Nicene Creed. That's how they pronounced it back in the day, as I remember it. You believe in the Holy Catholic Church, the communion of saints, the forgiveness of sins, and the life everlasting. Amen. But, if you don't believe in the Catholic Church, then you ain't part of the group. You ain't going. You ain't going to their heaven, If you don't believe in Allah and all this kind of stuff, you're not going to have the 40 virgins. Okay. 20 would be okay, but, I'm kidding. But the idea, though, that, your rewards are what? You're going to get a bunch of virgins? How'd they get in heaven? Never mind. We won't go there. Man has made up these things when they said they were talking to God. Okay. Well, if you quit listening to some of these folks and go, well, that's really nice, but go out and listen to nature yourself. And, I brought it up in Andromeda 7 tonight when I was down on the Ochlockonee River that night on the Georgia-Florida border kind of thing. And where those little water nymphs come, made themselves known and danced and showed me how to get back to my truck 2 or so miles back upriver. And didn't bump into anything. I mean, in the middle of the night, had never been on that section of the river. Haven't been back either, which is a shame. But it's a strange section of the river, I just got to say. And maybe I should go back, right? The idea, though, that elemental spirits are around us all the time. I mean, the Irish and folks, the Celts, they give credence to whether they're called leprechauns or the little people. Native Americans believe in the little people, too. Many tribes talk about the little people. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Now, where do they? And they gave respect to the little people. I was talking with this one lady one time at a powwow near here. And she looked at me, and we'd just been talking about the little people about an hour or so on the way down. And when I got there, she looked right at me, hadn't been there 5 minutes to the powwow. And she goes, the little people, if you truly believe in them like we do. She said, you leave a little crack under the door and you leave them little treats so they can get in and out. And you leave a trinket or two and honor them, honor the little people. And I was like, what? You know, and I was going through, this has been 20 or so years ago. Actually, it's been longer than that, but going on 30 actually years. But in that, though, I respected there was a place down in the woods that I went to, and I was contacted by the local spirits there. And they were like, when I was burning the woods, which is necessary at least once or once a year or every 2 years at least. My neighbors burned off their property over there the other day. It'd been stinky outside from all that. But anyway, um, it's time for me to burn off a couple of places, but we're going to have storms tonight and everything will be wet again for a couple of days. But at least it'll get cool. And maybe in 3 or 4 days, if we don't get too much rain out of this, I'll burn some of the places in the backyard. So it's time. It's the nature of things. Too many pine needles, too much stuff, nothing else will grow. And they catch fire really damned easy and will burn a whole forest down. So, in the nature of things about, I've studied forestry I got my associate's degree in forestry, if you will, many years ago. God, it's been over 40 years ago I got that. But anyway, so silviculture, and I've been watching my own property for almost the last 38 years. So I've watched my field that had nothing but weeds in it now into a forest. I look at my neighbor's property. This has to do with the nature of things. There are trees on my property that seem healthier, bigger around, and they did the road planting. They plowed it and did all this stuff. They have come in and logged it once. I don't want them to log my place, but in the trees they took out, which has been at least 10 years ago, the size of the trees on my place and the size of the trees on their place just across the fence. And I look at it all the time and I go, but here's the thing. On my place, there are lots of trees and underbrush and cherry trees and other pines. There are maple and oak trees coming up under the oak trees. And in places, yes, it's a little thick. But here's the thing. It's the natural order of the forest. It started out as nothing but a field. And Great Spirit came in and dropped some seeds down. The grass started to grow eventually after quite a few years, and some TLC on my part, and trying to keep the hill from washing every time it rained and so forth, landscape things. And now there are blueberry bushes, there are blackberry bushes, there is a variety. When you look across the fence, there's only scorched earth and pine trees. Now the grass will come back up, but that's all it's going to be. It's only going to be pine trees and grass, nothing else. And that ain't natural. Now to burn out the undergrowth is okay, but to have nothing but grass and pine trees is really not natural. Now, in the old days, in some of the places, in the swampy areas, uh, like back in the back, oak trees don't like it back there because it's a little too swampy. Okay. So, but the pine trees love it. Now, in that's the natural order of things because of the type of pine trees they are. They call them a slash pine because in the old days, that's what they used to slash and get the turpentine off of. But they grow best in the swampy areas, like over in Homerville, down and through here. It's a natural order of things. But when they took all those trees out and transplanted with something else and they didn't do as good and all this, managed forestry. Now, I'm all for managed forestry. Don't get me wrong. But in noticing the natural order of things versus man's interpretation, of the natural order things, like it's only grass and trees. Well, it's best for the trees, right? Because they want to log the trees. I could log the trees. There are all these underbrush things here, but some of my trees are, I can't put my arms around. And they weren't, the tree wasn't here before theirs were. You know what I mean? He planted his, and Creator planted the trees on my place. I planted a few myself, transplanted out of the ditches and stuff, and now I got so many damn pine trees coming up on a trail that I just cleared. I'm either going to have to cut them down, or I'm going to, transplant them somewhere because they're in the middle of my trail that I just cleared. But so where I look at the natural order of things, and they won't have another pine tree grow on their place. So as some of the trees on mine have been struck by lightning, knocked over, various diseases, bugs, and stuff, I have pine trees that are, as these fall over, I got new ones coming up. The natural order says, well, we had a great big tree fall. Well, okay, so, but now there's 4 or 5 new little babies that are this tall that are now coming up because of Mother Nature, the nature of things. I didn't have to plant them. I'm going to have to figure out to cut them or to move them, right? So it's overplanting. Mother Nature's like, she knows what she's doing. But now, a little ways down in the woods, they're not coming up because it's not the nature of pine trees to come up. It's too wet down there. All right. So I will try to transplant a few of these to see if, because there are pine trees down there. So, but they're not just popping up like they are up here on the hill and other places. So I could intervene and take some of those too many close together pine trees and add them down closer to, down under the trees. Okay, what's it got to do with spirituality? Because the trees and all things have a spirituality to them. It's when I look at the across the fence and see that those trees are just naked, they have nothing else to communicate with except the other pine trees. So I look at the trees on my hill, and they seem really freaking happy, if that makes any sense. In that the natural order of the forest is for the pines, and then the cherries and the other trees, and there's an undergrowth. And that as the pines get old, then the oaks take over. And as the oaks get real old, pine trees come up, and and it's the natural order of the forest. Okay, been studied hundreds of years, thousands of years, silviculture. So when Mother Nature is so out of balance, other people are out of balance too, because the natural order of things has been whacked with. Now, what does that have to do with spirituality? Everything, because everything in the universe is connected. Native folks understand that the trees are important. Well, we could cut that one down, but no, do we have to cut that tree down? Well, I don't know. I want to. Well, because you want to cut a tree down doesn't make it right that you should cut it down. So Native peoples would only use what was necessary because anything else would abuse the tabernacle of Mother Earth. That's what this is about. So man comes in and changes all stuff. Now, Native Americans planted corn, they cut trees down, they did what they needed to. But by keeping Mother Earth clean and living with Mother Earth, their altar and their honor, if you will. So for 3,000-4,000 years, at least that we know of with some of these tribes that go back, Mother Earth was kept sacred here, where over in Europe, they're building pyramids and stuff, and they're digging up things, and they were polluting Mother Earth way back then, with rock. They're hanging people on crosses because they won't follow a particular dogma or path or treaty or whatever. Think about it. Here are these native folks over here, North and South America and Canada, and other native places on the planet. All right. They saw no need nor the necessity to build a high rise. They might build a tower up in a tree because they could see off in the distance. But here's the thing: the amount of, yes, there were Indian wars, but it wasn't all the time, and it wasn't about religion. It was about somebody's hunting ground. It was about somebody in one tribe that killed somebody or took a bride or something, and the war started. Territory was a part of it, but not in the same way that the Europeans looked at it. Okay. It was, there were Tecumseh, I think it was, and some other folks. There was a chief in the Cherokee Nation, and the Cherokee had uh, um, a uh, a constitution, if you will. Look it up, and it's very close to what the American Constitution was about. And Cherokee had it before the colonies decided to go rogue. So this idea that Native American peoples, they were uncultured and all this stuff is just fantasy. So there was a direct, if you have been harmed, then you have rights. We all have God-given rights. We all have these things. If one neighbor does something to another, we should be able to resolve it, without going to war and a bunch of people being killed. But back in the day, it was more about how can we pull these tribes together instead of having one little tribe over here that, these folks broke off, but they didn't want to have anything to do with anybody else. So at times when the Indian nation it wasn't necessarily to conquer them, but to include them because life was tough back in them days. So if you had a lot of neighbors who, up there in Michigan and Minnesota and Wisconsin, other didn't have, they had stuff that the folks down in the, Appalachians, Tennessee and Kentucky didn't have, so they could trade stuff, um, metals, whatever, you know what I'm saying? There were things to trade: hides, beaver skins, land of Minnesota, so different types of fish, different types of things trade between the peoples. So if you weren't at war with them, it was better off for everybody concerned. So it doesn't take a great chief to understand this. You can, kind of follow our ways. This is our traditions, and you can have your own prayers or whatever. But, if we cannot fight amongst us, we are a better people on Mother Earth because every single one of the tribes revered Mother Earth. Okay. They revered the spirit. They revered these things. That's why they didn't, dig great big holes and build high, that would have been a sin to them, a mortal sin of all sins to disrespect Mother Earth. And European folks didn't give a shit at all about that, you see. So the spirituality, the basis of spirituality is very, very fundamentally different. So everybody looks at things, I say, well, not everybody, but I mean, they, and it's, don't get me wrong. I studied the Egyptians and stuff for a long time. I mean, I had books on the Egyptians back before a lot of you folk were even born. And I don't mean that rudely. It's the truth. And studied Egypt and the pyramids and saw things getting uncovered over the years. I was lucky to see Ramses II and when they went to Jacksonville and was able to go in and see those things because I couldn't make it to Egypt. But I also feel like I've been to Egypt. So I feel like the reason I know some of the stuff that I feel like I know is because I was an engineer or something back then. And all this puffly fuff about pulling rocks over logs and stuff is just nonsense. There was they were too smart for that shit. I just got to say. Anyway, so with that said, though, the nature of things, they're overcomplicating the things that the ancient Egyptians knew and before then. Yes, there's technology that we're missing. And yes, our genes have been spliced. And so have our DNA. I mean, I've got holes in my genes, but well, my jeans are too tight. I can't feel my feet. It was a country western song years ago. My jeans are too tight. I love it. Yeah, my tiny butt is never no. My tiny butt is even tighter, even like Vanna White. I lay down every night because my jeans are too tight. Anyway, Maverick, they recently cut one of the pyramid blocks and realized the blocks have been poured. Yes, uh-huh. And there's filler in between and a lot of other stuff too. Common cord connects us all. Yeah, I'm going to get to that, but in this earlier part of this, it was to show you that in my lifetime how the nature of things have changed, but the spirit of nature has not. Okay, man has changed nature around him, and that we are to accept that that is the nature of things. So they change spirituality to fit the nature of their stuff. Okay. So, what did Buddha realize at the end of it all? That he could just sit still and the air and nature and the energy around him could sustain him. The breatharian thing. I require a, a lot less to keep me alive now. Of course, I don't function quite as much as I used to, but I'm still here. So my engine is a little slow and worn out, and the pistons are slapping a bit. But in the nature of things, we find out in all the native cultures, it wasn't about how much they had before they died or how much they had accumulated their wealth or whatever. That wasn't it. As But now there are these big families, and it's the money about this, and this family's got to marry to this family, and they're all bug-eyed monsters between them, right? Even the Tlingit knew there were four basic sections of their tribe, and they knew sort of like you just make a square and A, B, C, and D, and A and I don't know if this is true, but A and B were okay, but and A and C were not, and A and D were okay, but certain tribes did not intermarry, and because it was taboo, because they knew about the gene thing, the gene pool, okay. And I talked with Koshka, and he looked at me and he goes, if these tribes got together and had a baby, they would take the baby out onto the ice and leave it for Great Spirit because it just simply wasn't meant to be, because it would taint the lines. And he said, you know, they knew better even 3,000 years ago. Who taught them? Well, they were visited by the Dog Star and different places, right? So how did they get here? Well, they don't remember past a certain point, up to 3,200 years. Past that, you know, they don't know because they were brought here, okay, and created here. Interesting. So their history does go back 3,200 years, but that where does it begin from then? They don't know. It came from the stars. It came from the critters. It came from these, oh, holy cow. So, but that's where now I'm talking about the Tlingit. That's where their start came from. Now the tribes have had different starting points, had been around a lot longer. So not all tribes came from the same place, nor did they, their thoughts and ideas originate. Then people, 500 miles away from them. But back then that was a long way. cross mountains and things like that, right? So things were more localized, but as a spirit of the nations, of the American nations, the Indian nations, I'm not the Americans, but even the South. When I say Indian, I mean, African and Aboriginal in the down under, and in all other places that are wild and woolly. So, but anyway, um, the deities that were worshipped by other areas of the planet, you know, uh, were revered and honored in the Americas because these, the stories were told in the dance and with the mask and the headdress. So if down here, in Florida where there are alligators, well, I'm not quite in Florida, but close. But the Seminoles and down here in South Georgia and all across the South down here over and through Louisiana and other places where there are alligators, they would know about them because if they were in a boat, which they would have been, they will crawl up on the shore and eat your chickens or your dog or your kid or your, or you. So if the gator's big enough. So um, the understanding of Mother Nature, having been in the swamps with live gators and, they're as big as your kayak, they're more worried about me than I am of them. Or, they're scared of me because they run, right? If they were going to like really, they would bow up and hiss at me and charge me. They don't do that. They go the other direction. One could say they're chicken shit alligators, but that's not the point. So in nature, not all things will try to kill you. Okay. There are many times if you're watching and you see a snake before you get there, the only thing that a moccasin will chase you down. We were having that conversation about a week ago. A honest to God, true cottonmouth moccasin will chase your ass. They just will. And they're little, big, fat, little thick. Somebody showed me a snake, and I go, "Look at this moccasin." I go, "No, that ain't a moccasin." Well, look, he's brown. So anyway, you'll know a moccasin when you see one. But to the point, though, alligators, large fish, down in the swamps. If you caught a large tarpon or something, you put the head up on a tree, on a mango thing down there, you know, to show off that you caught one, but also it was to give honor to the fact that you caught this great big sea creature. So, in remembrance of him, you hang his bones on a tree to display, but it's also, if you just didn't care and threw the bones into the woods or something, that would be dishonorable. But to say here, there was this great beastie that used to live here, and we caught it. And this is, his mouth. And, we caught it was a 50-pound catfish one time. Some bitch was huge. When he opened up his mouth, it was like, honest to God, it was this big, right? And we saved that part of his head and and mounted it because it was so awesome as to how big that damn catfish was and how big his mouth was. And it reminded us that when we went down to the swamps, there were catfish that big down there. Just saying. So, but anyway, around here, if that this hasn't happened in a long time, like 15 years or more, that if a rattlesnake or a moccasin was shot anywhere in the neighborhood, people would lay them over the fence on the edge of their property, and the postman didn't really like this too much, but they would drape them over the mailbox for a couple of days. And people say, "What? There's a snake draped over that mailbox." Yeah, it's to let everybody in the neighborhood know snakes are crawling. I got this one, and he's this big. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, that used to be the nature of things because the rattlesnakes are gone now, and most of the moccasins are gone now. Not all of them, but a lot of them are gone now because the nature of things have changed. If they keep changing like this in 5, 10 more years, people who are growing up now, maybe I'll still be around to tell the stories, but they won't even know that there were that rattlesnakes used to live around here. They won't even know that sassafras was common. They wouldn't know, they wouldn't know that what used to be the nature of things even existed down here anymore because it's been changed. Spiritually, though, it cannot be changed by man. So man's effect on nature, well, okay, but our connection to nature, whatever's left when they get done with it, our connection with Mother Earth, they're telling me that's why I'm still here, is to be able to tell the stories of like just here on my own place, what it used to be like just in the last 40 years and how much the earth and things are changing. Is it about climate change? No, but it is about mankind. And even the old farmers knew better than what these new kids do because the old traditions from here, what used to connect the people to their land, because it was their homestead farm. It really meant something. They had a dumpy little tractor, and everybody went out and hoed and did, and there were sharecroppers back then because I knew some of them. I knew sharecroppers from back, the 1920s and 30s, and when they used to all get together and go to somebody's house and they'd hoe their corn. And then this whole group would go over to Chester's farm, and he only had about 10 acres, but they'd all hoe his corn. They'd all work together back in the day. And that's the old timers talking about. I mean, for as much that people don't like Jimmy Carter, he talked about how it was growing up there in Plains, Georgia, which ain't too far north of me, about 100 miles roughly, give or so. But how it was, and blacks and whites worked together because everybody needed to eat. So these folks had a little parcel of land back on Uncle John's, 100 acre or something. And like this property that I own now was part of a block of farm that goes all the way back to the Allagoods because they do a title search, right? So there's an old Allagood farm that about 2 miles up the road from me that's still there. And so this farm was part of the Allagood farm, but then it got split up into different areas for the different families and the different this and that and that. So this huge, I don't know, 100 acre square or long, anyway, it was a big parcel. Got broken up into these smaller areas. But if you go back with the title, now see, that's the other thing. Native Americans didn't believe and still don't believe in owning the property. I always said when I bought this place that I was the caretaker. I'm not the owner, and the state really owns it. They have the title. They can move in anytime they want to and throw me off and give some excuse. Somebody can always, but the ownership of it. But after everybody dies, who owns it then? Mother Earth. It was never hers to give away, kind of thing, or to purchase or whatever. So my keeping taxes on this and staying down here and watching the place grow, me get older, it's getting older too, but through the older growth there are young trees coming up. So that's an interesting, I'll have to look around, see if I got any young trees starting to grow on me somewhere. But with this idea though of nature and spirit, it's so simple that the older you get and you realize, well, in the art of magic, for example, there are three things, the three levels. First is using spells and wands and that kind of thing, potions. The second level is doing sigils in the air and understand that. The third level is just understanding that you got it. sort of like Gandalf, you know. He just had it. He had a staff, but it wasn't his magical staff, you know what I mean? So, and until Gandalf the Gray fell down in that hole with the monster, he came out as Gandalf the White because he became pure. Why? And it wasn't that he was so much resurrected, is that he could have become Gandalf the Dark. Instead, he became Gandalf the White. Why? Because he dropped the shadows of his former self, the gray, and became the light. It's very important. You know, people, oh, it was this and it was Christ rise and all that. Yeah, okay, all right, whatever. But you have to look at this simply. He understood how strong his spirit was, period. The gray part was his doubt. He proved to himself he was greater than that, and he became a spirit of white light. Think about it. So, anyway, now as an hour has gone by, I had these cards, and they asked me to shuffle them and go through them. And I don't know if these are for anybody, but they wanted me to do them. So, this is sort of, um, I'm going to highlight some of these what's in some of these cards that I pulled. And if anybody wants a card, let me know. But to kind of sort of wrap up this first hour, particularly, that what does all this have to do with the spirit of things? It's always all around us. We are swimming in the universe. Look at Buddha and Krishna and some of these folks. What did they understand at the end? That they were the life force, that they were part of. So how did they reach that nirvana part? They had to allow everything else to drop away. They had to allow whatever they were taught, whatever cultures or religions or whatever the local priest or government was saying at the time, or what people were just dreaming up in their freaking heads. So you drop all of that and you just become one with nature. Well, guess what? We're always one with Mother Nature. That's the point. We have to unlearn all this other stuff. When I've talked about many times over the years about sitting down and have a conversation with trees. And people are, all of us, and I mean this with humbleness, people are, oh, the tree of life and the tree of this. And it's like, that's true, but they're not talking about sitting specifically now. They're talking in grander things. But the idea of the tree of life is go sit down and talk to a tree. Go sit down and commune with nature. Where did Buddha? He went and sat beneath a what you call a tree. I can't remember. So he went and he found a monument of nature and sat beneath the banyan tree or something, right? So, but to the point though, he didn't have to go to a temple. They built temples about him and around him. But he sat under a tree. Where did Jesus go at night before the thingy? He went and sat in the garden of, Gethsemane and sat under a tree, right? And had communion with his father, you know? And then they nailed him to a tree. But the idea though that the nature of things, when you forget about everything else, is simple. You're always connected to your spirit if you pay attention. There are people who keep seeking something out there and they're not listening to what's in here. I did the same thing. We all do it at some point in time. And it's okay to look at other stuff and go, that's interesting. But now, where do you want to put your beliefs in? Do you want to believe? Now, I'm just throwing this out there. Do you want to believe in Horus, the god of this, and the Adonai, and this, and that? Or do you want to believe what you can sense in your soul? There's air all around me. That is creator. Go outside, and if there's clouds, some of them are man-made. And here lately down here, there was a lot of man-made clouds, let me tell you. But anyway, tonight it's roughly clear. We got thunderstorms coming in, and that cold front is coming through. People said, "Oh, we're not going to have it." Yeah, it's only going to be 65 on Sunday. So, where it was 80 something degree, 82, I'm sorry, 88 degrees, 86 degrees here today, way out of whack. But, in 2 days, it's going to only be 65 with a low of 43. So that's more like it should be. Anyway, and this is spring. Oh, and happy St. Patty's Day. Actually, we're past that now. But so we're native peoples because they didn't have all these other things to distract them. They were always close to Mother Earth. Their sewing, their clothes, when they laid down at night, it was on Mother Earth. It wasn't in some high rise on a bed. Now they made really nice soft beds with skins and cloth, and so it wasn't that they wanted that it was like they were roughing it. No. But they were this close to Mother Earth, you know what I mean? And a real lodge or a teepee doesn't have a floor in it. You put the floor in it, or you sleep on the ground. So they were on with Mother Earth all the time. That's what they felt, understood. And how many peoples today can say that? They can't. So the Sherpas and the folks out in the Russian steppes and in places like that, on the ground, right? Yeah, skins and stuff. Even the Arabs, and I don't mean that derogatorily, but Ahab, the Arab. Anyway, that's what come up. Ray Stevens back in the 60s. The sheik of the burning sand with his camel. Anyway, so, but they sat on they blankets and carpets, but they were on the dirt. In a lot of the cultures over there now, you see them in Syria and places like that, and they're on the dirt. So in a lot of ways, even though they've had wars and bombings and that kind of stuff, the people themselves are close to the earth, literally, And so, but other people, they build houses off the ground. I got a concrete floor made out of dirt from here, I use dirt from the floor to mix with the concrete here. So, but concrete is Mother Earth. But anyway, but the idea though that you're off the ground, everything's high up, everything's of this, everything's of that. Ain't nothing wrong with but the contact with Mother Earth, which is the natural order of things, is where I'm trying to keep this. So people just say, well, what's wrong with it? There's nothing really wrong with it. It's that, but that's what you're missing. Well, what do you mean? Well, when you step up 3 steps and go into your house, you are off the ground. Well, you might be standing on wood or terrazzo or tile or something, kind of, sort of, but you're not on the ground. So your contact with it, which is not the natural way things were done in the old days because they were so close to Mother Earth. Follow me. I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm saying that has disconnected us. That's my point. So what used to be natural, human beings and society have changed, like the animals that don't exist and the plants and stuff that used to be natural around here. Other areas are doing the same thing. Okay. So it's not just here, but look around, things are changing on a big scale. So those things that were natural don't exist anymore in a lot of places. Can they come back? Could they come back? Yeah, but if man keeps on with the way they're going, it ain't. That's kind of sort of obvious. So a change must be made if we want things to go back to more natural ways of things. Not that we have to tear down everything and go back to the Stone Age. Ain't my point. But we disrespect Mother Earth every time as a society as a whole. Every time we turn around. Oh, well, in the 700 Club, I just want to choke some of them folk. I want to choke some of them folk. In that they say we have dominion over the earth and we can do any damn thing we want to because God gave us the right to do so. And if you listen to native cultures, that is not what they believe. That is not the way of the natural order of things. So when we look at stuff and you're trying to be spiritual and you want to understand, people will go and look at what other, and y'all are hanging out with me, but I'm having a conversation. I could have written bunches of books about some of this stuff. In fact, I got some of my things that I've written down over the years. I'm going to have a little, video on just Dave's, spiritual messages from the other side kind of thing. And some of them are very blow me away still. And so messages from the ether. But to understand what we wish to become spiritually, we have to look at all these religions, the Egyptians. Now they had something going on. I ain't gonna say they didn't. All right. Them folks that built them big rocks and stuff, whatever they did, whatever they was doing, they had ulterior motives and their other energies. I am not disagreeing with that. Okay. But as soon as as soon as the deities left the Mayan culture, they always say the Mayan culture disappeared. No, it didn't. They just didn't support them big temples and stuff anymore. They went back where they originated from. So, um, if I mean, in a not necessarily um, a slaughter future, but if the city started dying out, and the natural order of things was just to, we can't sustain ourselves here. We got to move out into the country. We got to go back to what was natural to us. And we've got to, I can't grow a crop of corn in New York City, unless they turn Central Park into but there are things that can be done, but to the point though, and it's not about going back to the Stone Age. It isn't. It's about going back to the nature of things. When we allow ourselves to just be natural, to sit and hug a tree and thank it, to thank the grass, as Native Americans in the old days said, that in the springtime, like now, when there's new grass, that to wear moccasins on Mother Earth was disrespectful. So if there was new grass shoots coming up, you walked and treaded lightly so that the grasses came up, or if it was whatever it was. So it was how they showed their respect. And people say, "Oh, but they worship Mother Earth." Maybe. Now you won't hear me say that very often, but if they were to have worshipped anything, it would have been Mother Earth, because Mother Earth is and always has been the altar for spirituality. We keep in contact with the universe with our feet on Mother Earth. We stay in, when we eat our own vegetables that we cook, and when we, splash in fresh water, when we smell the freshness of the mountains or the ocean or whatever, we are filled with that which is always there. So we have these moments of, wow, that ocean breeze is just, wow, it's always there. So when I was in jail, I remembered the only one of the reasons why it kept me from going insane was I would transport my mind back to South Georgia, back to the farm where I was living before I got busted and stayed in Florida. So, and at night you could hear the hog feeders. There are these little flaps that go round hog feeders, the hogs that lifted up with their nose and eat. And then when they got done eating, they'd pull their head out and it would flap, and it flap, flap. And at nighttime, it echoed. And so I would lay awake at night with the windows open on the farm, and half a mile away, I could hear the hog, feeders. So when I was in jail, that's what I focused on. That was my focal point back home. And I could hear those hog feeders just as clear. I could see the farm. It was like I flew around the farm and I knew. And then there was the wake up call. I was still in jail. So, but there were so many times that it seemed so real that I was sitting on the porch with old man Croft, who was the spirit of the house that eventually saved us. So the ghost had materialized to keep us from getting burned alive. So, have I seen some things in my lifetime? Yeah. And it's probably, I don't, I guess, as I think back on it, wow, I did that and I did this and I did that. Some bitch. If I wrote it all down in a list, it'd probably take 2 pages or more, or probably more than that, just to list the incidents, right? But anyway, so in the freakiness of the universe, it is always about the nature of things is what you believe it. So if you believe it's with the Egyptians and all this, if you believe it's through a religion, if you believe it's through some type of methodical meditation, and not that that's bad, but that you have to have it in order to achieve a higher sense of nature and spirituality. And the answer is no. You don't need anything but you. You're already there. And it's allowing it to happen. That's the whole key. It is so simple. And with all the years that I've been on this channel and talking with people, and I'll still talk about stuff, but if you want to get right down to the simplistic thing of it all, forget all this other stuff. It's really nice to read and understand, but what does it mean to you spiritually? Can you go out and really connect with a tree, or is it just in your head that you, yeah, oh, I understand I could. But do you? Do you actually go out and sit under a tree? Do you go out and commune with that? What is your connection with the divine Mother Earth that all native peoples, it's not that they take it for granted. It just is to them. It's Mother Earth. Yeah, well, no, it's Mother Earth. But blah, 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 it's Mother Earth. Yada, 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 it's Mother Earth. So regardless of all this other stuff, and it's all very interesting, don't get me wrong. But if you're looking for spirituality, you need to look no further than Mother Earth and the nature of things. Not what man has created, not what, we have managed to, like the plants and animals that don't exist down here anymore. And, and things are starting to decline. The certain fish you don't find in the streams like we did. That's because of all the chicken shit going into the streams down here. What used to be a lot of crawdads in the streams and stuff, don't see them anymore. Why? Because of the shit that's literally from all the chickens down here going into the watersheds around here. They've been checking it. So the nature of things, because of farming and because of man, because of greed and all these other things, the nature of things have changed down here. So when I go out into nature and I see these huge piles of plastic floating in the middle of the, and beach themselves in the middle of the swamp, you have to ask yourself, so what good is this is all this man-made stuff that has now become part of the nature of things? Because everywhere you go, no matter how deep in the swamp I go, there's always garbage. There's always trash of some kind. Doesn't matter. No matter where I go in the swamp, there is something of man polluting the place. And in some cases, big big, I'm talking big piles that get washed up and drifted into places. And it's like plastic is almost attracts other plastic. It's really weird. I mean, floating, well, from shoes to baby dolls to toys to all kinds of cans that are upside down and partially have air in them, to bottles that are upturned, plastic and otherwise, all kinds of plastic bottles. But then there are things like light bulbs that are floating in this stuff, all kinds of chicken, all kinds of kitchen utensil types of things that would float, plastic devices and stuff. Anyway, so enough of that. I've gotten my point across. It's an hour and 20 minutes, and it's time for me to have a break. So study these other things, but also what we look at and think of now is this is what they meant. Did you live 3,000 years ago? Well, no, I know. Then you don't know what they were thinking. And I'm not trying to be rude or crude or maybe slightly sarcastic, but in the understanding of the old natural ways, I have gone down in the swamp with little or nothing, and camped for several days, and you get by and you realize, oh, some bitch, you know, it was really hard the last few days, but I'm still here. I'm still kicking, and the only thing I had was a little bit of water, a Mountain Dew, and a moon, and a Little Debbie's moon pie, and I made it through 3 days of, dog day afternoons and evenings. That's not supposed to happen, right? But it happened to me, and it was to prove to me the nature of things. Because in that it was so tough, I wallered me out a hole in Mother Earth, covered myself with some palmetto fronds, and me and the dog got down in this little hut right next to Mother Earth, on top of, had dirt and sand in my hair kind of thing. And the womb of Mother Earth cradled me to get me through those couple of days. And so, did I think I was going to die? A couple of times. After the third day, I was like, man, I need to get out of here. But 3 days in the swamp at 100, I'm serious, it was 102 that year. And the river was barely flowing. So it wasn't like, ooh, it was just a great summer day. Nah, it was pretty horrible. But the idea, though, that I didn't give up, I understood. They showed me the nature of things, and that despite the heat, despite this, I was still alive and I was still functioning. If I just kind of took it easy and did this thing, I got back on the river, and it was a good ways back down. Lots of trees that I had to port over. So, and I'd slipped and hurt my back really bad. So, it was just take it easy, do this slowly. You and the dog, we're not in a hurry. We got plenty of time, nowhere to go. We got this. You're still alive. Yes, but I'm hungry. Yeah, but you're still here, right? Yeah, okay. Then come on, let's go. Tried a little fishing. There wasn't any fish, but the idea, though, that other people would have died in those 3 days. They would have just simply would have perished from the heat or the lack of something, or being scared to death. So does that make me any more special than the next person? I don't think so. I just think that it was my spirit guides and God, if you will, the creator, saying, this is the nature of things, Hawkeye. It was my true initiation from being David into the Hawkeye, because I could see both worlds. I was in both realms at the same time. And I understood after the third day, resurrection, and I do not attribute this to the Jesus complex. It's just interesting that 3 days on the river and I come out, and we made it, me and the dog. So you have faith, you believe in the nature of things, You believe that everything's going to kill you, and well, if I don't have this, I'm going to die. I mean, you know, it's the unlearning of things and just allowing Mother Nature to say, let me cradle you in my arms. And if you will give yourself to me, and if you will believe in the nature of all things, and that all things, you know, spider web, we're swimming in cosmic goo all the time. And if I know there are people who have breathing issues, but most of us have been sitting here talking to y'all now for at least an hour and a half now. And I haven't stopped to think about breathing, but we breathe in and out, our heart's beating. We don't think about it consciously. When we're doing stuff and everything, no, I mean, normally, normal nature of things. So the normal nature of things, that stuff are going on around in our bodies, I'm going to have to pee in a little bit because the liquid's going down, and blah, 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 blah. So, but the nature of things, if we just say, yeah, okay, all this other stuff is cool. And it's not that you should ignore it. But if you think any of it's going to get you closer to spirituality, then you're missing the simple nature of things. When I reach out into the air and I wave my hands like this, I can feel the air moving between my hands and down here on my legs because I got shorts on. So I can feel the air move between my hands, right? If I go like this, I can feel a compression with the air in my hands. Sometimes it almost feels like there's a plasma kind of energy that comes out through our palms, which it does. So if you sit and you practice and you push like this and you're pushing energy to your hands, and then you take it and release it to the universe. So, but anyway, so if you don't try these things and just acknowledge that the air that I breathe is the nature of things. That's the spirituality. Now, if you live in a city with fog and smog and blah, blah, you know what I mean? But the air that we breathe, that we breathe, the air that we breathe and make breezes with too. I got the fan on. It's hot in here tonight. It's going to rain in a couple of hours. But when we realize that spirituality is as simple as breathing the air in and out of us. That's why when you do the breathing exercises, when you're meditating, it is your connection to the everything. It's in the air, little particles here, there, blah, 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 not counting the dust particles and things and whatever else is in here. But if we understand and we believe, then it is. And it's not that we have to create anything. This idea of, I want to manifest something. In the world of the natural order of things, you would not want to manifest anything. Well, I'm going to manifest this. Why? It's not in the natural order of things. Would Mother Nature give you the power, quote, to manifest something? To what end? If you understood Mother Earth, she's already given us everything we need. It said you ain't paying attention and you ain't listening. But they want to manifest when they won't even pay attention to what's already there. I'm going to manifest this. Why? Isn't Mother Nature good enough for you? Shame on you. I'm going to manifest. I'm going to create. Oh, you think you're Mother Earth? You think you're God? Who gives you that freaking privilege? Just saying. If you look at the nature of things, Buddha didn't say, well, yes, you can create what you want in your mind, but he was still sitting underneath that tree. You follow me? He wasn't his manifestations were within his own self. So I can manifest any damn dream I want to. And some of them are pretty crazy, let me tell you, or outside influence on them, especially here recently. But anyway, when we forget how simple it is to always be connected, That's the blessings, the knowledge, the wisdom from the universe. And that wisdom is, it's always here. You ain't got to go look for it. You just have to accept and receive. That is my prayer all the time, because it is as simple as that. Now, there are a lot of complications your brain's going to want to know and stuff, but to honestly be connected, accept and receive that it's there without a bunch of hoopla. Just close your eyes, lean up against a tree, lay on the grass, lay on a rock, don't care, but get on the ground somewhere. Okay. Yeah, you can lay a blanket down or something, but to the point, lay on the Mother Earth. Feel the energy of the earth. Pine trees, small pine trees are great. They give out all this exquisite energy. So if you know where there's a pine forest that's been just, and the trees are like, maybe, eye height, head height kind of thing, just go running through them and feel the tingly and the, oh my God, the energy, those, the, not, but, we've got, the southern pine, but I've been through other pine forests and stuff, and it's the same. The smell, the aroma, the tingling, and I don't know whether I've been blessed or cursed, but it looks like, especially in the evenings or at night, I could literally see energy coming out from the ends of the pine needles. And especially if the trees are planted fairly close together, they touch, and it's like sparklers to me. Maybe it's just in my head, but when you think about Killarn photography of Killian, or you know what I mean, I have at times actually visibly, and many times, not just once or twice, but have seen this phenomena of the energy coming off of the end of pine needles. It's phenomenal. But if you don't stop long enough, if you don't connect, if you don't believe, well, I don't believe I'm seeing what I'm seeing. Well, focus your eyes and ask, am I really seeing what I'm seeing, or is this my imagination? It may not be your imagination. Your imagination says, I can't see that, because we've been told we can't see things like that. I still think about the little water wisps that, down on the Ochlockley, and the way they twisted and played, and I could hear this singing in my head, and oh my God, it was marvelous. I will never forget it. If I get old timers disease, I think the fairies or whoever those elementals were will always be with me, because they filled me with joy, and I sang with them and was on the water. I mean, a lot of stuff that I've done in my lifetime, but as far as connecting with the natural, the nature, and the elementals and the beings that are around us, I will go to my grave loving you. That's the anyway. So let me go to the cards that were. David Castle says, and you don't have to master a physical object. I suggest manifesting a frequency. Quit manifesting is my word. Quit manifesting. Quit using that damn word, y'all. I'm sorry. They're telling me stop using that word because y'all don't know what it means. I told them. Quit using it. Use the word create if you must, but manifest is a godly thing, and we're not there yet. Anyway, I have issues with the word manifest, David. I really do, and they holler at me too about it. You tell them folks down there to quit using that word. Okay. Manifest what it is you need to know from the universe for today. Nope, you don't manifest it. You just shut up and let it show you. You don't manifest it. You can see the universe, but if you try to manifest something, are you sure that's what it's supposed to be? You can manifest. I was only go down on the river for a day, okay, and it ended up spending 3. So that manifestation went sour. So you got to get out of this. I'm going to create something tomorrow. But now, if you have something you got to do tomorrow, that's different. But so you say, well, I'm going to manifest a better tomorrow. Wait, what do you mean? For who? For what? Quit using that word. I'm going to make tomorrow a better day. Not manifest it. I'm going to make it a better day tomorrow. Why? Because my attitude's going to change. I'm going to create a better atmosphere around myself. Stop using that word manifest. Please, Jesus, stop using that word. Okay. Only a part of the brain prison. I understand. And y'all use it as you want. But when you get past certain things, I realize when I look back on all the words that I use to manifest the thingy, none of that means anything. Y'all are wasting your time. You're wasting your energy because the universe could be showing you something, but in your busy trying to manifest something, just create a better tomorrow and let the universe flow with you and help you along. So enough preaching. The intention and meditation, all that is still good. Don't get me wrong about that. But people are making it too damn complicated. It's very simple. I'd like a card. Yeah, I'm fixing to read these cards I pulled. Yes, receive. Yes. Create is a better word. Paul Joe, hi, how are you doing? Candy Apple Jazz, Jazzy. Uh, Smoke on the water, fire in the sky. Smoke on the water. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, who did that song? Who's been keeping track tonight? I haven't been looking. I just caught up with y'all here just a little bit ago. I know there are people who are going to stay in religion. They're going to keep using the word manifest. They're going to keep doing all this thing. But I'm telling you, when you get to the end of it all, you're going to go, Bob. Oh, speaking of Doug, would y'all wait a minute? I got to go call the dog in. Duggar's been out for an hour and a half. Deep Purple. Thank you, Michelle. Y'all hang on. Okay, let me go get the dog in. Duggar dog, where you at? Duggar? Duggar. Come on, boy. You out chasing them cats? That's a good dog. 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 I didn't bother him all this time. That's a good dog. Hey, say hi to everybody. There's a good dog. Duggar, come here. Bring that toy here. Bring me your toy. Bring me your toy. Come on. Bring me your toy. Silly mutt. See this little toy he's got? I know it's jumping around a lot. It's his toy, one of his little toys he's had since he got here, kind of thing. And oh, it smells good. Yes, it does. He took it out. He took it outside. We go up the hill, and he likes to carry it outside. He thinks we're gonna play all the time, every time we go outside. So anyway, he takes this thing up the hill and drops it, and then pees on it. He's got to pee, but he drops it and didn't clear the toy. So it's like, so he wants me to pick it up and carry it back to the house. And I'm like, you peed on this thing. So I washed it out, and there's this new green apple liquid soap kind of thing. Oh my God. It makes everything smell so good. I'm not into fragrances, but I mean, not in clothes, as far as my clothes need to smell like, but anyway, it's very good. So the one particular card that I pulled tonight that I want to read this little spread real quick was dragonfly, elk, dolphin, and squirrel. So, and I almost went exactly to the page of dragonfly, which is interesting. Now, get this, okay? 1211. Yeah, 111 here, 111. Yep. Is illusion, okay? So I'm going to kind of sort of take a break and read this at the same time. Dragonfly breaks illusions, brings visions of power. No need to prove it. Now is the hour. Know it, believe it. Great Spirit intercedes, feeding you, blessing you, filling all your needs. Now, damn, after me just getting done preaching for an hour and a half for this card, and it was the first one I pulled, Dragonfly breaks illusions, brings visions of power. Visions of power. No need to prove it. Now is the hour. Know it. Believe it. Great Spirit intercedes, feeding you and blessing you, filling all your needs. Uh, That sums up what I just got done preaching about. And I pulled this card before I started this tonight, Doug, because I was like, oh, okay. So, but anyway, that pretty much sums up what I've been trying to say. If Great Spirit intercedes with all things, know it and believe it, accept and receive. So, anyway, Dragonfly is illusion. Dragonfly medicine is of the dream time and the illusionary facade we accept as physical reality. Okay. The iridescence of butterflies' wings reminds us of colors not found in our everyday experience. And this pair of glasses is not enough. Hang on. I need my jumper set to go along with it. Oh my goodness gracious. Do I really want to say that out loud? That's um that's not much better. Where's my other pair? These two don't work together. Oh well, I'll try to get by with these. The iridescence of dragonflies' wings reminds us of colors not found in our everyday experience. Dragonflies' shifting of color, energy form, and movement explodes into the mind of the observer, bringing vague memories of a time or place where magic reigned. Some legends say the dragonfly was once a dragon, and that dragon had scales like dragonfly wings. Dragon was full of wisdom and flew through the night, bringing light with its fiery breath. The breath of dragon brought forth the art of magic and the illusion of changing form. Then dragon got caught in its own facade. Coyote tricked dragon into changing form, and the shape of its new body became like dragonflies. In accepting the challenge to prove its power and magical prowess, dragon lost its power. Understand this. This is an important message, y'all. So, in this manifesting of things, we want to manifest this to prove our prowess, and we may end up not being dragons anymore. I'm telling you. Dragonfly is the essence of the winds of change, the messages of wisdom and enlightenment. It's right here, it's in the book. The elemental, let's see, and the communications from the elemental world, which is what I was trying to discuss earlier about anyway. This elemental world is made up of the tiny spirits of plants and of all the elements of air, earth, fire, and water. In essence, this world is full of nature spirits. If dragonfly has flown into your cards today, you may have forgotten to water your plants. Actually, I did forget to water them, and I did before I got online. On another level, you may need to give thanks to the foods you eat for sustaining your body. On the psychological level, it may be time to break down the illusions that you have held that restrict your actions or your ideas. Dragonfly medicine always beckons you to seek out the parts of your habits which you need to change. Have you put on too much weight, or have you started to look like a scarecrow? Have you tended to the changes you have wanted to make in your life? If you feel the need for change, call on Dragonfly to guide you through the mists of illusions to the pathway of transformation. Remove the illusions to the pathway of transformation. The illusion is you got to know all this stuff. You got to belong to a religion. You have to, those are illusions to the pathway of transformation. See how you can apply the art of illusion to your present question or situation. And remember that things are never completely as they seem. So now it was upside down, and now it's sideways. So this is one of those cards where I need to read the contrary side because it seems like that's where it wanted to be. Are you trying to prove to yourself or someone else that you have power? Let me read that one again. Are you trying to prove to yourself or to someone else that you have power? Are you caught in an illusion that weakens your true feelings or minimizes your abilities? If so, you may have contracted dragonfly dive bombing. Is this the fatal crash and burn for some pipe dream that had no real purpose? Look within and feel the sense of self energy within yourself. Read that again. Look within and feel the sense of self energy within yourself. Notice if it is ebbing and find the point in time when you were deluded into believing that you would be happier if you have changed because someone else wanted you to, or some other belief has you drawn into that you need to have, the illusion. Misery is a prime clue that you lost your will and personal validity when you bought into someone else's idea of who or what you should be. The illusion was that you would be happier if you did it their way. In forfeiting what you know is right and true for you personally, you would give away your power. It is time for you to take it back. Follow Dragonfly to the place inside your body where magic is still alive and drink deeply of its power. This strength belongs to you. It is the power of becoming the illusion. This ability is ever changing and contains within it the knowledge that you are creating it all. I couldn't have picked a better card. Dragonfly, thumbs up. Yeah, I'm like, holy cow. And they chose that one. They wanted me to do the dragonfly thing before I started yapping, but I'm glad I didn't show the card. But holy cow. So dragonfly, there you go. And this is a message for all. And I'll still do single cards. The next one up is not to waste a bunch of time in between, but is elk. And I think I read elk the other day. Stamina. Elk, your antlers reach for the sun. Show me that strength and stamina are one. Elk wandered through the forest looking for a partner. The mating season was in full swing, and the bucks that usually traveled with the other males had dispersed to find mates for the season. As Elk bellowed his mating call through the forest, his bugling alerted Mountain Lion that a feast could be in the making. Mountain Lion circled Elk, getting closer to his prey moment by moment. Elk sensed the impending danger when the forest grew suddenly silent. He broke for the high country when he spotted his pursuer, but Mountain Lion was far ahead. As Elk made a running leap for the timberline, Mountain Lion gained on him, but Elk continued to run onward, displaying tremendous stamina. Finally, Mountain Lion gave up, having spent his energy in spurts as he tried to jump over boulders to reach Elk. Elk paced himself, making headway as he climbed skyward toward the high country. Elk had no other defense except his ability to go the distance, setting a pace that allowed him to utilize his stamina and energy to its fullest. Elk medicine teaches that pacing yourself will increase your stamina. And that's true. I'm trying to get my stamina back, actually. Elk medicine people may not be the first ones to arrive at a goal, but they will always arrive without getting burned out. If you have taken on too much recently, it may be a good idea to look at how you plan to finish what you have started without ending up in the hospital. Elk have a curious kind of warrior energy because, except at mating time, they honor the company of their own gender. They can call on the medicine of brotherhood or sisterhood. In discovering the strength which is gained from loving the gender that is your own, you will feel the camaraderie that arises from similarity of experience. This is a special medicine that allows the friendship of others of your same sex to overcome potential competition or jealousy. In other words, you just be and hang out. If you have picked elk medicine, you are telling yourself to seek the company of your own gender for a while. It says you may be telling yourself. You may need a support group to realign yourself with the stamina of the warrior or warriors energy that you are part of. This communication with others of your own sex allows you to air your feelings in safety and to get feedback from others who have had the same experiences. You may need a new sense of community. Communication is unity. Communication is unity. That's a good message right there. El could also be telling you to look at how you are holding up physically to the stresses in your life and to pace yourself so that you maintain an equilibrium of energy over the distance you plan to cover. Vitamins or high energy foods may be one solution, along with some personal quiet time for replenishment. And that kind of goes along with me in that spiritually, if you've been, mountain lion and going in leaps, may just, as my topic for tonight suggests, have stamina because in the long run of things, as I look back over my 68 years, what I believed 10 years ago is not the same as what I know now. Just saying. When stuff comes to you, you go, man, I can't believe I used to believe in that shit. But anyway, so the next one up is squirrel number 26. And I think that has to do with, let me see, number 26. I'm going to go over these. I'm doing these as quick as I can. Gathering. Squirrel, you have gathered nuts by the score, exactly predicting if you'll need more. Teach me to take not more than I need, trusting great mystery to harvest the seed. So that's sort of what I was trying to discuss early on in the difference between native peoples and the industrialized nations. They see there is no necessity to take more than they need. And but anyway, squirrel teaches you to plan ahead for the winter. When the trees are bare and the nuts have been long since disappeared. Squirrel medicine can come in many forms, as this furry creature is very diverse in nature. The erratic behavior of squirrel has bested many forlorn hunter, and thus stands to reason that there are benefits to being able to circle around a branch at lightning speed. The gathering power of squirrel medicine is a great gift. It teaches you how to gather and store your energy for times of need. It teaches you to reserve something for future use, whether it be judgment, an opinion, a savings account, candles, or extra food. To put it in a nutshell, squirrel is the Boy Scout of the animal kingdom, always prepared. In today's world of changing times and fortunes, it is the wise person who prepares for the future. Our prophecies, native prophecies, have all spoken of the end of the millennium and the changes to come. Squirrel is a friendly medicine to have in light of possible future rainy days. Its message is to be prepared, but not to go nuts. Love yourself enough to gather the goods that you will need your needs in times of scarcity, even if that time never comes. The Boy Scout of, yeah, that's right, Michelle. If squirrel is scurried into your cards today, it may be that you're being told to honor your future. That's interesting. To honor your future by readying yourself for change. Dragonfly talked about change, just saying. The message could be to lighten your load if you have gathered too many things that do not serve you. These things can include thoughts, worries, pressures, stresses, or gadgets that have been broken for years. In understanding the balance involved in gathering, you need to look at the idea of circulating the stock of what you have gathered. Call the nearest thrift store and give the gadgets to someone who can use them. Squirrel has another lesson that can aid you if you observe what is obvious and which can prepare you for anything. And in this story of the nature of things, trying to look at the obvious, and which can prepare you for anything. It has to do with the safe place in which you put your gatherings. The safe place is an untroubled heart and mind, and that which is gathered to put in its place is wisdom and caring. The energies gathered will set your mind and heart free so that you will know that all will be taken care of in its own time. And what did Elk say? Have stamina over the distance. Apply this to your fears about the future, and they will vanish. The contrary, it was, I think, I'm not sure if it was upside down, but anyway, has to do with hoarding. And a hoarder is a fearful person who expects the worst and is stuck in waiting for something to happen is a trap. No action equals stagnation, but a little of squirrel's erratic energy might be the thing to get things moving. If squirrel is hanging upside down on your branch, you may have been seeing the world through opposites, hoarding your thoughts of abundance so that fear of scarcity take hold. You may ask yourself, have I denied my ability to produce enough space for abundance to enter my life? Have I denied my connection to Earth Mother, from whom all things flow? The nature of things, part of the topic, I reckon. In moving too fast, have I taken on the erratic nature of squirrel without having any focus? You hurry and scurry from this to that without ever stopping to listen. Am I leaking my energy on worry instead of gathering powered through being prepared? That's spiritually, mentally, physically. Remember one of the squirrel family gathering the energy of eagle and connecting to the great spirit. Now this squirrel can fly. Remember, one of the squirrel family gathered the energy of eagle and connected to the great spirit, and now this squirrel can fly. Okay. I dropped my other cards. So elk, squirrel. Oh, dolphin. Yeah, there's a yeah, they want me to read dolphin. I don't remember which. I think it's towards the back. I got to look up what page it is. Dolphin. I dropped the card. Um, number 40, 197. Ah, it does fit. Dolphin, breathe with me. Breath of the divine, manna of the universe, in oneness we entwine. Number 40, dolphin is manna. Dolphin speaks to us of the breath of life. What did I just talk about tonight earlier on? In that if we understand the basic nature of things, our spirituality is like breathing. So here we go. I mean, I couldn't have picked four better cards if I'd tried. Um, the only thing that humans cannot go without for more than a few minutes is air. We can live without water and food for days, but oxygen is the source of our sustenance. Within the breath, we encounter the rhythm of energy that all life emits. In changing the rate or rhythmic texture of our breath, we can tap into any other life form or creature. Any other life form by our breath. This is a very easy way to connect with divine energy coming from the Great Spirit, as well as with your own personal rhythms. I couldn't ask for better cards tonight. Dolphin is the keeper of the sacred breath of life and teaches us how to release emotions through dolphin breath. Dolphin creates rhythm, swimming through the water and breathing before submerging, then holding its breath for the duration of the underwater travel. As dolphin comes above water again, it blows its breath out in a manner resembling the popping of a cork. We can use the same technique to pull the stopper on our tensions and create total relaxation. This is a good exercise to use before entering the silence. Mana is life force. Mana is present in every action and is great spirit's essence. Dolphin teaches us how to use the life mana through our breath. It revitalizes each cell and organ and breaks the limits and dimensions of physical reality so that we may enter the dream time. Dolphin was traveling the oceans one day as Grandmother Moon was weaving the patterns of the tides. Grandmother Moon asked Dolphin to learn her rhythms so that he could open his female side to her silvery light. Dolphin began to swim to the rhythms of her tide, weaving, and learned to breathe in a new way, a new rhythm. As Dolphin continued to use this new rhythm, he entered the dream time. This reality was a new and different place from the seas he had known. Dolphin came to discover underwater cities in the dream time and was given the gift of primordial tongue. This new language was the sound language that was brought by the spider from the great star nation. There's Spider Woman there. Dolphin learned that all communication was pattern and rhythm, and that the new aspect of communication was sound. He carries this original pattern to this day. Dolphin returned to the ocean of the Great Mother and was very sad until a whale came by and told Dolphin that he could return to be a messenger to the dreamtime dwellers anytime he felt the rhythm and used the breath. So if we meditate and use our breath, the breath of life, I mean, come on. Um, uh, Dolphin was given a new job. He became the carrier of messages of our progress. The Dreamtime dwellers were curious about the children of the earth and wanted us to grow to be at one with Great Spirit. Dolphin was to be the link. If Dolphin has appeared to you today, frothing through the waves in your spread, you are to be a link to some solution for the children of earth. You are to be a link to some solution for the children of earth. This is our jobs, y'all. Each one of us are to help someone else to understand how we can be at one with the Great Spirit. Um, this can be a time when you are to link with the Great Spirit and bring answers to your own questions or to those of others. In addition, this can mean a time of communication with the rhythms of nature. And that was my primary for tonight. But you are put on notice to be mindful of your body rhythms. I talked about biorhythms a couple of days ago. Your body rhythms and the patterns of energy being fed to you from the Creator, the waves of energy and everything, right? You are, let's see, imitate dolphin and ride the waves of laughter, spreading joy in the world. Breathe and experience the manner so freely given. Break existing barriers and connect to the dream time or the great star nation. The great star nation. Know that we are all whole in the eyes of the ever living one. Now, I can't remember if dolphin was upside down, but I'm going to read the contrary because sometimes there's always a lesson. If dolphin appears reversed, note that you are forgetting to breathe. So with that, breathe, everybody. You may be under stress and your body may need mana. You may be starving your cells and organs no matter how many vitamins you are taking. Your natural cycles may be fouling up. Now, I'm taking some of this personally, but that's okay. It's meant for us. Pay close attention to your health and your feelings. If you are on edge or just tense, take time to relax and breathe the life force into your muscles. Focus on releasing old breath at the bottom of your lungs and refilling your respiratory system with regenerative mana. Breathe from the diaphragm. You always hear me talk about that. Breathe from the diaphragm and fill your lungs to capacity. Then exhales from the chest to the belly, allowing your body to totally relax as you breathe out. Another message of contrary dolphin is that many people are carried through the universal tides or waves, and you may be failing to use your sonar. To detect these wave patterns, you may need to realign yourself with natural rhythms within your body. Then it is necessary to use the dolphin breath to connect to universe, the universal awareness, and the signals. Dolphin says to dive deeply into the water, to play by the coral reefs, and to discover the beauty and the rhythm of breath. Okay, so those were the four cards I pulled before I hung out with you all. So who's ever in charge of the list, start over. It's been 2 hours exactly. Um, Duggar's all up on the couch. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. But if I was to pick 4 cards or any cards that I wanted to go along with the topic for the discussion tonight, I couldn't have picked 4 better cards. Stamina, breathing, mana. I said, all we got to do is just breathe it in. Um, it's almost, well, I did pick the cards before I started the conversation, but maybe the conversation, here's the reversal of this. Maybe the conversation is a reversal of the cards that I picked. Even though I saw what the cards were, I, didn't look them up or nothing. I just said, they're 4 cards. Okay. So, and then I went on my yapping spiel. But with that said, though, so did the cards speak to me about the topic, or did the card, you know what I'm saying? So who picked whom? It is a celebration which could happen once a year. It was much. Smoke break, yes, absolutely. I know Project Skyfall said I want one. And then Jazzy says I'd like one. Okay, Project. So they say this card's for you. Yeah, funny how it works, don't it? Porcupine. Which is interesting because porcupine is supposed to be our family crest or something. And if you think about it, porcupine is a docile animal, but don't piss it off, you know? But porcupines really seldom is Chazzy and Elderberry. How did I miss Elderberry sitting in the room? I missed. Okay, KK. So having a smoke break. Yep, smoke if you got them. Both kinds. Guys, a cab, no matter what card you people pull, these always something in it for me as well. I agree with you, guys. But the 4 that I pulled tonight before I did the wow, I'm sitting here going, holy crap, I surprised myself a lot. Okay. The one thing I am sure of is that I'm going to get a surprise. I don't know if it's ever going to be right on the money or whatever, but I know that I will always get a surprise, So it's like, well, I'm going to get this and they're going to talk to me about that. And I have learned to shut up. Well, I want to know about this. Don't even go there. I say, okay. I simply want to allow myself to continue to stay open to the universe. So whatever the card pulled is, which means whatever message is going to be brought out, is, not. I didn't think about it for 3 months and meditate on it and then I get the answer. No, they give me the cards and then I go, holy crap, I've been thinking about that for 3 months. It works the opposite, So it's almost like they interpret what you're thinking. And, out of 40 some cards, to pick these the way I did. Anyway. Is there synchronicity in this? I think there is. I continue to believe it more and more. And the accuracy of what the cards wish for me to convey to you all during certain times are like so on the money. When I get done doing a show, I'll sit sometimes and meditate on it and go, man, how did you guys know that those are the cards that needed to be pulled? How did you, and then I go, and they go, I can hear them up there laughing at me going, come on, we know. Okay. So it is that thing, believe, 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 believe. And years ago, I've talked about this before. I'm filling my bowl if y'all wonder what I'm doing. Um, Years ago, and I've talked about this before, I found that in my own spiritualness and learning that I really believed this stuff, but there was a little bit of hesitancy on my own part. And I've talked about this before in that you must believe 100.1%. It can't be just, well, I believe. No, 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 no. You have to believe, 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 believe. You got to throw a couple extras in there. And I realized that I really believed in this stuff, but I was somehow hesitant to believe that, I could get lost, stuck on the river for 3 days with nothing to eat or drink and make it out alive. I believe, believe, believe. So for, after that incident, I was like, y'all got me. I have to believe 100.1%. I must believe 100.1% because I broke all the odds. I would have never thought that this would be possible. So for myself and through my story to you, though, it is that my personal testimony to this is that it is true. That's the bottom line. It's true. There are other people for whatever belief have been stranded at places. One guy was rock climbing or something and got stuck and he had to cut his own arm off to get out. I mean, there are things and stuff that people have done and will continue to do. But in the belief of your spiritualness, if you don't believe that this manna is all around you and in the air, then you're not at that 100%. It just is. It gauges your progress. Do you believe that that you get sustenance out of the air? Do you believe that 100%? Or is it, well, that's a really good idea. See, that's where I was. I was like, well, I don't know. And then I started boot a little more. And then I realized it. Then I read, and then I got the cards and then dolphin and this. And then I was like, wow. And then I learned myself. So it was like, So when you believe it 100%, point one, you got to really believe and be enthusiastic and put up the finger. You know what I mean? The foam finger. But anyway, so there are those folks who, ooh, that's some sativa there. Let me catch up. That, card readings, that's an interesting point. That's something. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. But then you guys, gals that hang out with me and I do these cards and they seem to hit boom, 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 top, whether it resonates with each one of you personally, only you can say that. But as far as the cards being drawn for the evening and some of the messages that, that continue for the conversation, I find it like, wow, there is this string between us, that it connects us all, you see. So understand that you're swimming in manna. You're swimming in the energy of the universe. It's all around you. And all you got to do is just breathe it in, accept and believe. I was going to string it on. Set your intentions to have that experience again or to remember what you were told. Yeah. And don't force it. You have to just allow it to come. but set up a situation and just every time I try, every time I try to remember something, it never works. They always throw a bunch of crap in the way. So, but when I set my intention is that I would like to remember this and then just clear my mind, I get better results. Just from me to you. Paul Joe says, I butt heads with spirits sometimes and it hurts badly. I'm a slow learner. Man, they have thrown me off of stairs, tossed me, dropped tree limbs on my ass to get me to wake up. Um, so anyway, project, this one was for you, Porcupine, number 12. Oh, and for those of you that were on hanging out with Andromeda 7 kind of thing, I'm just going to say this. On the snake here in this is transmutation. So, you know, the Egyptians and other people use snakes and then intertwining, but snake is transmutation. It's being able to shed the scales of and you know and grow. So this idea that everything about snakes is evil or this, that, and the other thing, there are a lot of other beliefs about snakes, transmutation being one of them. So this idea that it's all about either medicine or devils or these kinds of things, you just have to go, wait a minute. The native peoples looked at it totally different, but you know, ooh, everybody else has got a different opinion and it's okay. But just saying, just because we see snakes intertwined could mean transmutation. Porcupine, number 12, innocence. Project, this one's for you. Hey, Rashid. Oh, you want me to stop my battling? I'm sorry, Rashid. I studied Catholics and Jesus, and I consider Jesus to be my personal savior. So, you know, innocence, 12, porcupine. Remind me of innocence again. With every man a brother, each woman a friend. The south of the medicine wheel is the place for childlike innocence and humility. It is the home um, of playfulness and the position of porcupine on the medicine wheel of life. Porcupine has many special qualities and is a very powerful medicine. The power of faith and trust. The power of faith contains within it the ability to move mountains. What we were just talking about when I said you have to believe, believe, believe. So the power of trust in life involves trusting that the Great Spirit has a divine plan. Your task is to find the pathway that is most beneficial to you and that uses your greatest talents to further the plan. Trust can open doorways to the creation of space. The space thus created allows others to open their hearts to you and to share their gifts of love, joy, and companionship. If you were to observe porcupine, you would immediately notice its quills. These quills are only used when trust has been broken between porcupine and another creature. Much like otter, porcupine is a gentle, loving creature and non aggressive. When fear is not present, it is possible to feed a porcupine by hand and never get stuck by its quills. Rashid, I'm not talking about witchcraft, and this has nothing to do with witchcraft. And I've read the Bible several times, so you know you do not know me, Rashid. So, and I don't believe I've seen you here before. So, those things that you are playing with spirituality and not seeking the Holy Ghost is not it. I'm a shaman in training, and if you really understood about shamans, they are spiritual beings of all religions. So, and Jesus Christ is in my life and always has been. And I fight for the Christ consciousness and have for a long time. So, but anyway, if you were to observe porcupine, you will say, through understanding the basic nature of this animal, you may become to understand your own need for trust and faith, and a reminder to honor the wonder of life and the appreciation that each new day is an adventure of discovery. Porcupine sat silently, looking at a hollow log. She wondered if it was a playhouse that nature had created just for her. Porcupine envisioned all the things she could do with the log. She could climb on top of it and make the log roll from side to side. She could go inside and see if there were any juicy worms for her dinner. She could also scratch her back on the rough outer bark if she wanted to. Just as Porcupine was pondering what to do next, she saw a bear approaching. Bear was big and black and looking for honey. Oh, another playmate to share my log, she thought. Hello, Bear, she cooed. Do you want to play and share my log with me? Gruff old Bear snorted. Porcupine, don't you know that I'm too old to play? You're in my way. I'm looking for honey. Go away. Why, Bear, you're never too old to play, she replied. If you forget what it's like to be a cub, you'll always be as impatient and gruff as you are now. Bear began to think about what Porcupine had said. Maybe she was right. All the other creatures had run away from Bear in fright. Even the other bears had turned up into their noses when he growled at them. The little porcupine was certainly trusting him not to eat her. She even offered to be his friend. The old bear looked at Porcupine and began to feel something move inside him. He started to remember the games he had played as a cub. Joy started to live in him again. Little Porcupine, you have reminded me that in becoming strong and seeking answers, I got caught in trying to be an intellectual. I became afraid of what others would think if I dropped my mask of gruffness. I was afraid they wouldn't take me seriously anymore. You have taught me that in being a fuddy-duddy, I was causing others not to care for me. Thank you. I'd love to play with this old log. And so it was that Bear became childlike again and learned the innocence of Porcupine. In choosing the Porcupine card, you have given yourself a gentle reminder not to get caught in the chaos of the adult world, where fear, greed, and suffering are commonplace. The medicine in this card is that of relief from seriousness and severity. Open your heart to those things that gave you joy as a child. Remember the preciousness of fantasy and imagination and the making of some game or toy from nothing but scraps. I remember doing that as a kid. Honor the playfulness of the spirit that lets everyone win. Now, the contrary of this, and Porcupine did come in upside down. In pulling the Porcupine card reverse, you are giving yourself a timely warning that you cannot win the game of life if you are too serious. In some area of your life, you may be feeling hurt or afraid of trusting again. Now, it was upside down. It is possible that life has recently dealt you a hard blow. If this is so, it is time to begin again by placing faith in your ability to overcome the lesson with joy. Are you willing to trust yourself? If so, you might begin by writing down the feelings that come out of the situation. How can you, as your adult self, comfort you, the child within, and teach you, inner child, how to have faith and to trust again? The ill-dignified porcupine is belly up with its quills stuck in the ground. This is a rather defenseless position. You may be forcing yourself to be vulnerable so you can regain your hope. Perhaps you need to roll over to get your belly patted. This position could therefore indicate that you are ready to accept a little love from others. In any case, you are not willing to trust again. This card is forcing you to look at why, or as to why not. Oh, thank you, Delaney. Okay, so um, Project Skyfalls, Porcupine. Did that fit? So, and I can't remember who else was in line. I am Mama Smog, Queen of the Dragons. You go, Pearl. One of these days, Delaney, I should get you a wrench. You don't need one, though, do you, cuz? I gotta read this. Jesus wouldn't be annoying people. You need to stop, bro, because everyone here is at peace and in harmony. Yeah. Agreed, Gaza. Everybody here understands, you know. So, Jazzy, you're next. Okay. Close your eyes. Give me that 30 seconds. Raise your hand. Okay. I haven't pulled one for you, have I, Jazzy? Maverick, did you want a card or were you just keeping track? Well, maybe this one's for you. Because they're like, take this card. Take this card and shove it. um, they're not tarot cards. No, Rashid. I don't do tarot. Hi, Jody. These are Native American animal cards. And there's no kind of Satan or anything involved in this. Yeah, I don't like tarot cards either. I stay away from certain things. And one may say that this is mysticism, but if the devil's involved with this stuff, I cursed him a long time ago and made him stay away. So, but anyway, this bud's for you. Yep. Um, so here's the card. Delaney Pearl, I swear to goodness. Foosball is the devil as well. I heard that one on the movies. I'm confused now. I got a card here for somebody, and I um oh, Doug, this one's for you. Okay. No, it isn't, Rashid. Mysticism is of Satan as well. Sorry, nope. Just because something is mystical doesn't mean it's attached to Satan. Sorry. I would say that you're absolutely wrong on that one. But anyway, Doug, this for you. Hummingbird, number 44. Hummingbird, joyful little sister, nectar you crave. All the sweetness of the flowers is the love you gave. Hummingbird is associated with the ghost shirt religion, which taught that certain dance done properly would bring about the return of the animals and that white people would disappear. I'm sorry. Once again, the original people would know the joy of the old ways. In Mayan teaching, Hummingbird is connected to the black sun in the fifth world. Hummingbird can give us the medicine to solve the riddle of the contradiction of duality. I lost my place. Oh, the song of Hummingbird awakens the medicine flowers. Hummer sings a vibration of pure joy. Flowers love Hummingbird because nectar sucking beings about the reproduction of their families. Plants flower and live because of Hummingbird. Hummingbird can fly in any direction, up, down, backwards, and forwards. Hummingbird can also hover in one spot and appear to be motionless. Great Spirit created Hummingbird to be slightly different from other feathered creatures. Because of their magical qualities, hummingbird feathers have been used for a millennium in the making of love charms. It is said that hummingbird conjures love as no other medicine does, and that hummingbird feathers open the heart. Within an open and loving heart, you can never taste without an open and loving heart. You can never taste the nectar and pure bliss of life. To brother and sister hummingbird, life is a wonderland of delight. Darting from one beautiful flower to another, tasting the essence and radiating the colors. If hummingbird is your personal medicine, your love of life and its joys, your presence brings joy to others. You join people together in relationships which bring out the best of them. You know instinctively where beauty abides and near or far your journey to your ideal. That doesn't really make sense. You move comfortably within a beautiful environment and help others taste the succulent nectar of life. Joy. Hummingbird holds the bow of beauty, which is delicately inlaid with gold, silver flowers, pearls, and precious jewels. There you are, Pearl. Hummingbird disdains ugliness or harshness and quickly flies away from discord or disharmony. If Hummingbird has flown into your cards, get ready to laugh musically and enjoy Creator's many gifts. Drop your judgmental attitude and relax. Hummingbird will no doubt give you a flash of the spirit, darting here and there and everywhere. Get ready for a strange new burst of energy which may send your senses reeling. Hummingbird hears celestial music and is in harmony with it. Hummingbird may invite you to an art museum or a concert. Hummingbird energetically embraces the highest aesthetics. Never be coarse in front of Hummingbird, for this is a fragile medicine which may have no understanding of worldly affairs. Beauty is the target, and Hummingbird's mission is to spread joy or to be destroyed. Hummingbird quickly dies of cage or imprisoned. Follow Sister Hummingbird, and you will soon be filled with the paroxysms of joy. That's in paroxysms, and experience a renewal of living. And so, Doug, I don't know if that fits you at all, but they swear it was Hummingbird. So anyway, did that match you at all, Doug? The Bible's been rewritten so many times, Rashid. You have no idea if you're getting the right word or not. That is the truth. And I studied the Bible as a Catholic. I was going to become a priest. I know nuns and priests and so forth. And so, but we love you anyway for your beliefs. And, where the Bible condemns us for what we believe, even though we believe in Jesus Christ. So that's an interesting point, Rashid, for you just to consider. So, who was next in line? I know Elderberry wanted one, and crap, I can't remember. Oh, and Jazzy wanted a car tool. It was either Elderberry or well, I want to throw this in there. Jesuits aren't Catholic, okay? Jesuits are not part of the Catholic Church. The Catholics threw the Jesuits out hundreds of years ago, okay? I would agree, SSS. There are lots of people who are very confused. And, yeah, that's right, Doug. And they placed the Jesuits that are like, he's not a pope. He's not officially the pope because the other guy's still alive. So a lot of people don't understand this. The guy that's in there right now, who calls himself Francis, is not, he is the mayor of Rome, as per the Catholics. I looked into this way long time ago when he stepped down and did all this stuff. And as a Jesuit, no, he's not even a Catholic. Like I said. So, and there are some people within the church that I've been watching and keeping abreast of, and they're not happy with the situation one iota. Let me tell you. The Pope came out recently and said again, it's a sin to say the old version of the Mass in Latin. But are you, I'm sorry, but anyway. I used to be an altar boy in those days, and I felt more holier than I did when they turned the altar around. I was there when they did that. Jazzy, this one's for you, okay? Raise your hand. Okay, Jody, this one's for you, all right? Give me 30 seconds and, raise your hand in the group so I can. It's a metaphor. What's a metaphor? To raise cows in, to graze cows in. Jody, here's an interesting one. Number 33, upside down. And it's the weasel or ferret. Weasel is stealth. Ooh. Weasel, weasel, weasel. Who's in the hen house now? If I were to ask you, you'd say it was the cow. The pearl. Weasel is stealth. Weasel has an incredible amount of energy and ingenuity, yet it is a difficult power totem to have. It is not without significance that ermine or weasel pelt is worn by royalty. Weasel ears hear what is really being said. This is a great ability. Weasel eyes have beneath the surface of a situation to know that many ramifications of an event. This, too, is a rare gift. Weasel never failed to give an accurate account of the enemy's numbers, strengths, and weaknesses. It was the weasel who tearfully told the original people of the coming of the white people, the white boat people. These brothers have strange new medicine, said Weasel. They will tell us that to live the way we do is wrong. Wow, what a message for tonight, eh, Jody? They will confuse us with their talking bark, paper. They have stolen thunder from Skyfather and placed it in their weapons. They have no respect for the animal brothers and sisters, and they make their thunder speak to the animals and kill them. They will make the thunder speak to us also. Their numbers are too many to count, and these white brothers will steal everything from us but our spirits. The great dark shadow of the ravenous bird of death has fallen over the people. That's what Weasel said. Weasel fur changes color with the seasons. Silent Weasel has many lessons to teach you. Weasel can confound Great Spirit, pick Great Spirit's pockets, and then leave Great Spirit contemplating the divine navel. If this is your personal medicine, you have powers of observation or keen. You seem to be saying, leave me alone and I will do the same for you. You might even look a bit guilty at times due to what you know from observing life. And that's what some people will misunderstand. You may be a loner, hiding yourself away from others, or perhaps be a recluse. You are a powerful ally to have in any business organization since you can see what the competition is doing. People may make a great mistake in sizing you up since they do not immediately see your power. But the first time they try to outsmart you, they will soon learn that your intelligence is greater than their own. Weasel is akin to the mongoose, and Ricky Ticky and mongoose will kill a boa, not a boa, but a cobra. Look to weasel power to tell you the hidden reasons behind anything. Some people are put off by weasel medicine, talent, and abilities, but there are no bad medicines. We all have power, or we would not be here to heal Mother Earth. And that's why we are here, supposedly, is to heal Mother Earth. Perhaps if you have weasel power, you could use your secret gifts for the good of all. Observe who or what needs attention or a solution and offer your assistance in your own quiet or discreet way. Now, it was upside down. So, in contrary, weasel, if so, look out for intrigue. Someone may be using covert tactics to weasel into the henhouse. Perhaps you should lock your doors and dress your teenager like a nun. Or perhaps you may be lying to yourself about something you know to be true. That's interesting. This can be a lie on any level, for instance, storming the refrigerator at 3 a.m., which we're getting close to, and telling yourself no one will miss the half-eaten portion of the pie. If you scratch someone else's automobile in the parking lot, leave a note. Don't slink away just because you can. Honesty to self and to others is the utmost importance. Another message of reversed weasel is to acknowledge why you have been doubting your feelings. That's an interesting. Weasel upright observes all actions, feelings, and situations with keen senses. In the contrary, those abilities of observation are dulled until confusion sets in. When you don't know how you feel or what is occurring around you, doubt becomes the barrier to your progress. Now, that's a good message to all of us when we doubt something. Then you may find a bit of a paranoia seeping into your life. If you want to righten the situation, start by shaking the dullness out of your head and observing the obvious. No one can fool you if you watch your step, honor your knowing, seek the hidden reason, and use discretion in the progress. So, that's right, Michelle. So, hey, Teresa. Thank you, Pearl. Elder Bear, did you want a card? Who was that card for? That was an interesting card. I don't know if I've ever had Weasel. Read it before. Um, remember I talked about how folks get a into a loop? Yeah, I'm reading cards. Yep, I have been for a little while. But one thing you don't understand, Rashid, is there is evidence that Jesus was a mystic. He studied Buddhism and he studied the mystics from the Eastern traditions. Oh, yes. But anyway, for the fifth time, you keeping count, sleuth? Okay, slanted. So give me 30 seconds. Raise your hand in the dark. I don't have any place to put it, Maverick. A piece of paper, write it down. And when I get into the moment of things, it's just like, okay, triple S. I looked at this card earlier and it was just in folding and stuff. And I was like, interesting. I saw the card and then I went by the page and went, interesting. Because the last card I think was number 33 and this is number 32. Yep. Number 33 was Weasel. And I went to 32 and it was Ant. And it's patience. And it's straight up, so no upside down thingy. Oh, tiny ant, your patience grows like the sands of time. Can I learn to be like you, or is it too sublime? Patience. Ant can carry a leaf over hundreds of miles just to get it back to the ant hill, and that's the dang truth. Ants in Africa will strip a forest bare when food is scarce, if it takes them a year. Ants' medicine is a strategy of patience. Ant is a builder like beaver, is aggressive like badger, has the stamina like elk, the scrutiny of mouse, and giveaway like turkey. Every ant in an ant hill is part of the ant group mind, as all the ants work for the queen and the hive. Self-sacrifice is a part of ant medicine. Greater than ants' other medicine, however, is patience. Ant people are active, community-minded folks who see the greater future needs of their town. Ant people are planners, like Squirrel. And our Squirrel was in there tonight, so was Elk, by the way. So just saying. Ant people are planners like Squirrel, and they are content to see their dreams being built a little at a time. In today's society, that is a rare quality. It really is. In the desert, one type of ant will burrow a conical hole. This is not true. It's an ant lion that builds the conical hole and ants fall in it. But anyway, patience does have its own rewards. Ant people have a knowing about the sweet victory at the end of time. There is never a concern about going without. If they are late for the opening of a sale, if they want, if what they want is sold out, they are sure that something equal or better is available. If you have ant medicine, you eat slowly and deliberately and are content in knowing that what is yours will come to you. That what is yours will come to you. If it don't belong to you, it ain't going to get to you. This knowing is good medicine. It shows a trust in the universe to provide. If Ant meandered into your spread today, it is time to show a little trust and patience in some life situation. You may have forgotten that you will always receive that which you need. And as it has been stated before when I pulled the dolphin card, the manna from heaven, we have to accept it. It's in the air, it's in all things. So here it is again, right? The threads of, anyway, you get what I mean. Um, you may have forgotten that you will always receive that which you need at the time that you need it most. If it is not on the horizon or just around the next anthill, you may need to use some strategy. How can you put to use your power of creation until it arrives, whatever it means to you? Ant is working for the good of the whole. Are you? If you are, be assured that the whole wants the same goodness for you, and it will be provided. Now, it was straight up, but I'm going to read the contrary. Watch out, here comes the sting. If you're in a hurry, you may fall prey to those who are not working for the good of the whole of humanity. Elderberry, you're next. Okay. Those individuals who make greed a way of life prey on the fear and urgency of those who have forgotten natural and tribal law. Remember, I did the title of this is The Nature of Things, Natural Things. It is it's easy money. If this warning applies to you, become aware of users and con artists. In the contrary position, Ant also teaches you to trust natural law. If you do, harmony always follows. Your silly impatience will bring Coyote to aid you in sabotaging your plans for the future if you allow your panic to outweigh your rational sensibilities. The key here is to honor the will of the Great Spirit so that the mountains are not made out of anthills. So, yep, universal guide. All right, right, Elderberry, you're next. Okay, I was going back here to make sure. Yeah, hummingbird It's a good study. Yes, it is. And the patience of ant too, and it's not about the hive mind, because people take this hive mind sometimes a little bit too literally, in that, we're all working, and if you go back 3 hours, 2.5 hours, when I was talking about that we've lost touch with Mother Earth, that, that's all the native people's altar is Mother Earth. It hasn't changed for thousands of years. So, with respect to Mother Earth, always, we're always in touch with our spirits, and we're always in touch with the natural order of things, the natural order, the law of one, to do no harm, period. That's the only law we need to actually follow, to do no harm to anything, and it covers everything. So, but anyway, so elderberry, close your eyes for a minute here. I'm going to, not so much that I need to reshuffle the cards, but I'll bury them like that. And let me shuffle through my fingers. There is no Mother Earth. Okay. Wow, elderberry, it's like, okay, Yeah, I agree, Triple S. He knows a lot less than he seems to know, or he's spouting off a lot of things in my home. And Brian Barnett, before he passed away, that Wayne was in another world. So here's the card for you. This card's for you. A lot of upside down cards tonight. Now, that's, like I said, it's not necessarily negative. It's just that, well, yeah, I like butterfly. And elderberry, this one's for you. All right. Butterfly that flutters in the morning light. You have known many forms before ere you took flight. The power that butterfly brings to us is transformation. To us is akin to the air. Man, the air's been there's the air and breathing manna from the dolphin. There's air and, okay. It is the art of transformation. To use butterfly medicine, you must astutely observe your position in the cycle of self-transformation. Like butterfly, you are at a certain stage in your life. You may be at the egg stage, which is the beginning. You may be, this is the stage at which an idea is born, but has not yet become a reality. The larva stage is the point at which you decide to create the idea into the physical world. The cocoon stage involves going within, doing or developing your project, to at which you decide, let's see, idea, or aspect of personality. The final stage of transformation is the leaving of the chrysalis and birth. This last step involves sharing the colors and joys of your creation with the world, meaning the wings. If you look closely at what butterfly is trying to teach you, you will realize that it is the never ending cycle of self transformation. The never ending cycle of self transformation. It's true. The way to discern where you are in the cycle is to ask yourself, is this the eggs stage, or is this just a thought or an idea? Is this the larva stage? Do I need to make a decision? Is this the cocoon stage? Am I developing and doing something to make my idea a reality? Number 4 is the birth stage. Am I sharing my completed idea? By asking yourself these questions, you will discover how butterfly is relating to you at this moment. When you understand where you are, the symbol can teach you what to do next to continue in the cycle of self transformation. Elderberry, this is your card. It's butterfly, it's transformation. This is your card. This one's for you, Elderberry, transformation. And it's upside down. So, yep, it is. I did say it. I went back up and looked. Yes, butterfly medicine, transformation, Elderberry. So, what stage you were in? The egg stage? Is that the idea? The larva stage? Do you need to make a decision? The cocoon stage of I developing and doing something to make my idea a reality? Or is this the birth stage? Am I sharing my completed idea? By asking yourself these questions, you will discover how butterfly is relating to you at this moment. When you understand where you are, the symbol can teach you what to do next to continue the cycle of self transformation. If you have found the position through which you are cycling, you will see the creativity of butterfly. Using the air or mental powers of this medicine is done with ease. As an example, if you've been feeling have been feeling exhausted and have asked how to heal your fatigue, take notice of the colors you have been drawn to recently. Does your body feel better wearing green? Could this mean that you need to eat more green vegetables? This type of thinking is an inspiration from butterfly medicine. And it's also lots of other ideas too, but butterfly can give clarity to your mental process, help you organize the project you are undertaking, and assist you in finding the next step for your personal life or career. The main message to be obtained from drawing the symbol is that you are ready to undergo some type of transformation. To discern what your next move is, use the butterfly spread. Now, it was upside down. Your lesson is a simple one. There is a need for a change in your life that you are not recognizing. This could be a possible need for freedom, for a vacation, or for a new job. You may believe that change is too difficult, and you may rule it out to preserve the comfort of old habits. I know what that's like. But in ruling out any possibility of change, you are saying that the courage of butterfly has been lost. Why does butterfly represent courage? Because there is a totally different world outside of the cocoon where the known realities of the chrysalis are no longer applicable. This new world demands that you use your newfound wings and fly. So that one was for you, Elderberry. I went back in and Jazzy, I missed you, didn't I? You still want one? I've caught up with everybody. So Jazzy is, I wanted to pull one earlier, but somehow that got, but you know, this card's for you. But we have to, Doug, I agree with you, but you have to look at this also in that hummingbird is born out of an egg, where the butterfly is an egg, and then a worm, and then a cocoon, and then a butterfly. I mean, the courage it takes to go through all four states of transformation. So, hummingbird is what it is, but that which, the butterfly goes through those four stages. What other critter goes through that? You know what I mean? So, there's a lot to be said about that as far as butterfly. And is the butterfly actually fragile? They fly all the way down to Mexico and back, some of these things. So are they really fragile? So, but in that, so Jazzy, I don't know if you've been here before, but I ask you to close your eyes and raise your hand in the out there in the ether. This one's for Jazzy. That's interesting. They didn't make me switch any cards. Sometimes when I'll always split the deck, and sometimes the bottom half then will become upside down instead of the same way that the other ones were aligned. So how do some of these cards get right side up and otherwise? It's because I twist the deck at times. So I just follow the feeling. But this time I just noticed I didn't flip the cards. So Teresa wants a card. Okay, you're next. No, Jazzy, this isn't for you. And there's a card. Wait, come back here. Yeah, Dexter's in the house, by the way, Teresa. I left him out for an hour and a half. Had to go get him, but he was ready to come in. He's asleep on the couch right now. Oh, did we lose? Um, there seemed to be two cards that wanted to come out with this. Anyway, number 15, which I think it's been a while since I've, come on, what? Okay, too far. Which is Wolf, but upside down. So, Jazzy, this one's for you. I do like green. Teacher. All right, Gazi, good hanging out with you too. I'm hungry too. I haven't had much to eat today. Elderberry road trip. Night, night, gossip. Okay, teacher. Wolf, teacher, pathfinder, moondog of my soul, howling, singing, teaching me how to know. Wolf is the pathfinder. Jazzy, this one's for you now. Listen up. And thus the sermon began. Whoa, gotcha. I love it, Jody. Wolf is the pathfinder, the forerunner of new ideas, who returns to the clan to teach and share medicine. Wolf takes one mate for life and is loyal like dog. If you were to keep company with wolves, you would find an enormous sense of family within the pack, as well as strong individualistic an urge. These qualities make wolf very much like the human race. As humans, we also have an ability to be a part of society and yet still embody our individual dreams and ideas. In the great star nation, wolf is represented by the dog star Sirius. There we go back to the stars again, which legend tells us was the original home of our teachers in ancient times. Sirius is thought to be the home of the gods by the ancient Egyptians and is still considered to be so by the Dogon tribe in Africa. It stands to reason that Native American people would formulate this same connection and adopt wolf people as the clan of the teachers. The senses of wolf are very keen, and the moon is its power ally. The moon is a symbol for psychic energy or the unconscious that holds the secrets of knowledge and wisdom. Baying at the moon may be an indication of wolf's desire to connect with new ideas which are just below the surface of the consciousness. Wolf medicine empowers the teacher within us all to come forth and aid the children of earth in understanding the great mystery and life. If you have drawn Wolf's card, you may be able to share your personal medicine with others. Your intuitive side may also have an answer or teaching for your personal use at this time. As you feel Wolf coming alive within you, you may wish to share your knowledge by writing or lecturing on information that will help others to understand their uniqueness or path in life. It is the sharing of great truths that the consciousness of humanity will attain new heights. Now, this is just one damn good sentence. It is the sharing of great truths that the consciousness of humanity will attain new heights. Now, I don't care who you are, that's a good statement. Wolf could also be telling you to seek out lonely places that would allow you to seek your teacher within you. In the aloneness of a power place devoid of other humans, you may find the true you. Look for teachings no matter where you are. Wolf would not come to you unless you requested the appearance of the tribe's greatest teacher. Now, it was reversed and upside down. You are being asked to expand your limited view of the present situation. Jazzy, this is for you. Doing this may entail a great deal of courage and a willingness to look at new ideas. It could also require that you delete some old ideas to make room for the expansiveness that always comes when you are willing to learn. The gift of wisdom comes to you when you have walked enough pathways and found enough dead ends to truly know the forest. Now, that's a true statement. In the discovery and rediscovery of every inch of ground comes the knowledge that nothing ever remains the same. Wow. Contrary Wolf may also be telling you that stagnation or fear of asserting your viewpoint has bogged down the flow of change in your life. Wolf Reversed is always urging you to seek teachers or pathfinders that will show you the way to new life experiences. Remember, the teacher or pathfinder may be the small, still voice within you, as well as a person, a leaf, a cloud, a stone, a tree, a book, or the Great Spirit. To live is to grow, and growing comes through accepting all life forms as teachers. Become Wolf and take up the sense of adventure. You may just stop howling and learn to become the moon. Jazzy, that's for you. To live is to grow, and growing comes through accepting all life forms as your teachers. Remember, the teacher or pathfinder may be the small, still voice within, as well as a person, a leaf, a cloud, a stone, a tree, a book, or the Great Spirit. Teresa, um, I think I got your card. And this is an interesting. They're telling me something about stagnation, Jazzy. And it could be spiritually, but they're saying something about stagnation within your spirit or something, and you need to get up and do something. Anyway, all right. It's the honey badger, isn't it? Okay, Teresa and everybody, y'all. This is my last card for tonight because it's going to bring me up to 4 hours, and I'm 2 hours with Teresa earlier, and now 4 hours with me. That makes another 6. So it's great hanging out with you guys, but this takes a lot of energy out of me, and especially after a while. So, Teresa, your card, they say, is owl. And we have discussed owl before, and it's on the right side up too. So let's see what owl has to say. And I'm always appreciative when you all have me on. There are a lot of times when I feel like I don't really have the right to hang out with you folks. I mean, I know it's crazy, but that's how I feel sometimes. Owl, yeah, deception. Owl, magic, omens, time and space. Does the truth emerge? Casting out deception. Silent flight, sacred medicine bird. Owl medicine is symbolically associated with clairvoyance, astral projection, and magic, both black and white. Owl is called the night eagle on several medicine wheels used by American Indian teachers. Oh, and anyway, traditionally, owl sits in the east, a place of illumination. Since time immemorial, humanity has been afraid of the dark, the night, and the unseen, waiting fearfully for the first crack of morning light. Conversely, night is owl's friend. Owls are prey at night. Not only can they see in the dark, but they can pinpoint any and identify anything with sound, sort of like a bat. This gives it a great advantage when seeking food. Owls are the night hunters. Some native peoples are afraid of owl and call its feathers deceiver feathers. That's so very true. They got kicked out of a powwow for wearing one. An owl feather is silent. You cannot hear owl when it flies, but its prey definitely knows when it strikes. Owl is oftentimes a medicine of sorcerers and wishes. And wishes? Witches. If owl is your medicine, you will be drawn to magical practices and perhaps explore the dark arts, and you should resist this at any temptation to practice black magic or any art that takes energy away from another person or being. Now, I know that's not for you, Teresa, but that is about that takes any energy away from another person or being. If you have owl medicine, these night birds have a tendency to collect around you, even in the daytime, because they will recognize a kinship with you. Is it any wonder that in many cultures, owl is a symbol for wisdom? This is because owls can see that which others cannot. which is the essence of true wisdom. And I see you coming up on that, Teresa, by the way. Where others are deceived, Al sees and knows what is there. Athena, the Greek goddess of wisdom, had a companion owl on her shoulder, which revealed unseen truths to her. Al had the ability to light up Athena's blind side, enabling her to speak the whole truth, as opposed to only a half truth. If Al is your personal medicine, no one can deceive you about what they are doing, no matter how hard they try to disguise or hide it from you. You may be a little frightening to be around since so many people have ulterior motives, which you might see right through. If you are unaware of your medicine power, you may take your keen insights and abilities for granted. Others never do. You may frighten them and reflect their blindness, for you cannot be fooled. Owl medicine people know more about an individual's inner life than that person knows about him or herself. If you have pulled the owl card, you are being asked to use your, okay, here's the message. If you have pulled the owl card, you are being asked to use your powers of keen, silent observation to intuit some life situation. Or Owl is befriending you and aiding you in seeing the total truth, whatever that might be. Owl can bring you messages in the night through dreams or meditations. Pay attention to the signals and omens. The truth always brings further enlightenment. Oh my God, this is spot on. Did I hit another one right? Silent observation to intuit some situation. It says some life situation, but could be mental, physical, learning. It just, you get it. Wow, 331. And so I got quite a few messages out tonight. It seems the spirits have been active. And our anyway, I won't get into it. We had somebody in here tonight, and anyway, um, y'all could have been a lot ruder. I could have been a lot more rude, and we weren't. So I commend you all to just haven't been trolled in a while. It's been quite a while. I've been called a heretic, and my position on Mother Mary. You know my position about Jesus and God. You know my position on the Bible. So this guy who obviously came in tonight doesn't know who I am or who we are as a group. So, and he was simply in a loop because he kept repeating the same thing. Because when people don't know enough, they repeat the same things over and over. If they're enlightened, then shouldn't they be able to bring enlightenment? But anyway, so and Satan and the devil are always there because if anything doesn't fit in their paradigm, which is the loop, then but anyway, so the idea that when I said that Jesus actually was a mystic was about the last time I see him in the chat. And and anybody who does a little bit of study and knows when he disappeared, that's where he went. And even the Catholics know that. That's what Sister Helene told me all those years ago in 1970. And so when the truth does come out, wanted to push the button. Yeah. Yeah, tonight. Thank you, Doug. I'm glad y'all. I mean, there's 17 of you here, and I don't know how long all y'all been in here, but I mean, it's usually dwindled down to 9, 8, 10, maybe, and I love you all. I do. And thank you. I do the card readings because I'm asked to do them, not just by you, but by the, spirit. Who was it? Was it you, Doug, earlier? We were talking. Jazzy, did that hit you at all? Was that? Uh, Message anyway. Yeah, you've been here since the beginning, Doug. Yeah, you have. His energies were way off. Yeah, I believe. I agree. We we were all knowing what we were doing. Yeah, Elderberry. Spot on. Okay. Selling my home soon. Oh, interesting. So, I'm always amazed, and y'all don't know what happens after I switch this off, but there are times when tears just flow out of my eyes. Where else would the tears come from? My nose, but just saying. Well, my nose does run sometimes. I have sinus issues, but all that damn coke when I was a kid. But the idea, though, the that whatever the message was for whomever, and several of us have said tonight in this discussion, in that regardless of who the card is for, there seems to be a message in there, you know, all through. And the four cards I picked, I'm still kind of freaking out about that part. Um, so the water just comes out, and I'm so grateful that I'm being used for what I'm supposed to be here for, to be able to have the discussion, to not want to, curse at the gentleman in earlier, and you should listen to my other blah blah blah. You don't know me. So I have progressed. We have progressed. We continue to progress. And I would not ban anyone unless they really got down on somebody, for the simple reason that they might actually hear something and go, no, you know what? I went in there and trolled them people this morning, and nobody really, got on my case. And, I, I paid him just enough attention to where, like, wait a minute, I need to answer that one. You know what I mean? But when we show compassion to our enemies, and they go, well, I couldn't stir them people up. There are people, so that's how we win, is through compassion with the others. So those folks, if they had the compassion, wouldn't continue on with their blabber, But anyway, but to the point, even with trolling tonight, and did as a great fisherman, as the apostles were supposedly, did we catch any fish? Anyway, we caught a dolphin. If you want to get, anyway, the Coke and a good man sounds like a song. Yeah, was wait. We may be strangers online, but you are my cosmic family. I agree with y'all. Yep. I just don't want to get yelled at by another host for going off on a troll. Nope, ain't gonna do it. Jody says, perhaps this was something of the other side trying to challenge us to see how strong we are. How strong we are. Just a thought. And Jody, you and I have watched the Dante channel and so forth, as maybe some of you others have also. But I have watched a lot of Dante over many years, and he's not sitting around quoting the Bible, but they are of the Charistus. They are of the consciousness down through millennium, and so it's hard to describe to someone that, yes, I believe in Jesus Christ, but I believe in the reincarnation before and after of the Christ consciousness. Now that just freaks people out, right? So, and the idea that, wait a minute, you're saying that these angels or spirits or whatever, that we reincarnate, we've been fighting this battle in heaven, in the heavens, for all this time. The answer is yes. So there are parts of the Bible that are absolutely true in some of these things, but they cloud our judgment as far as the spirituality, because what does all this history and prophecy do for us? On a personal level with you and your God, whoever that may be, Does any of these words make a difference? And the answer is no, because it's what's in your heart. It's what you do as a person. It's what you see. How many times have you broken the law of one? You know, and it's like, wow, there is no law of one. And well, then you're not on the same page as a lot of us. And, as I've talked before, I do not want to go through the pearly gates. It's a prison. No, I don't want to go to that heaven. I want to go to the universe. I want to be able to fly around. I'm sorry, but going to a gated community is not my idea. That's a prison to me. So anyway, as we were talking before, or the last time, I think on Andromeda 7, about the box. People say you have to think outside of the box, and me, and my theory is there is no box to think out of. If you have to keep referring to a box, then you're still boxed in with your thoughts. You have to just go, there is no box. Well, but we're going to think out of it. There's no box. So the universe is open then, you see. So, but people, and I know I still refer to the thinking out of the box thing, that there is no box. So there's still a reference point in the conversation. But in the reality of things, do words help us get there? No. It's what we have become. Spiritually loving people, understanding, compassionate. And that when we make that transition, how close in that vibration and frequency are we? If we're screaming and hollering and yada yada, then now some of us may be being tortured are in a hell of a lot of pain. That's not what I mean. Hey, SD Munford. Hola, peeps. Blessings to you. It's so big of a concept for most, though. I see clearer now because of people's reaction to the Cove thing. Yeah. And listen, if you missed my comments about that, and Jody, you and I have, and some other folks, maybe if you listen to the Cause or Dante Santori's channel or whatever, in that Coronas was a queen back in the day, right? And her son was I forget his name now, but anyway, her son was the demigod or minor god or whatever of medicine and healing. And so she became such a nasty entity that they had to bury her deep in the earth. And when they busted open the Gulf oil spill, that this year was 10 years that it's happened, they let her nappy ass, her essence, out of the earth. And so this idea that the virus this last year or so is named after her, okay, after her essence was left out of her cage in the earth, is not a coincidence, okay. And so, but there are people who go, oh, all right, Dave, you've gone too far for me, blah blah blah. Okay, all right. But if you do a little bit of reading and you do a little bit of let's connect the dots, you got to go, some bitch, this ain't just strange, okay. And I've had my say about the Gulf oil spill and about the Gulf Stream slowing to a stop, and the Sea of the Sargasso Sea over there in the Atlantic off the coast of the East Coast is a mess. Things are now whether or not you want to tie them to Queen Coronas or not, but you got to admit, wait, that's just really strange that they used that name, especially on the 9th anniversary, 10th anniversary coming up of them letting her ass out of the planet. Okay, that's really, really woo-woo for a lot of people. I know, I get it. But in understanding some of these dots that go together, there are times when I go, whether he's right or wrong, meaning Dante, you got to sit on it and think about it. Now, there are people who just go, oh, he's wrong. There's no way that stuff's related and all that. And then I go, wait, hang on. I'm just going to have to just, I've watched it. I listened. Now, what do the angels tell me about this? And I go, sometimes it's like, that's too weird of a connection. Also, in the fact that the fake Pope, Jesuit guy, 6 or 8 months ago, ish, made reference to this essence that came out of the earth and said that we must now serve her or give homage or something anyway. So the Jesuits know, or some of the Catholics and them folks, they know that this entity essence has been released because they have spoke about it in public. So you got to scratch your head and go, So people who want to know certain things, do you really want to know it? And are you really honest to God, willing to open up your mind to some of these possibilities? Because they will freak you right the fuck out. Okay. I haven't used the F word all night long. It's almost 4 hours in, but it's used for a particular point. There are things like when I was in Ohio and took pictures of those blue orbs. I heard the voice in my head. It was telling me who he was, and that in this contact that I was having with them, that they were not attached, but had communications with, or communication relations kind of thing with ethereal things, and the weed people and phase and stuff, and um, ethereal entities, natural spirits, and so that's when this entity said, here, put your camera on this, turn around, there's a whole bunch of folks that want to say hi to you, and there's all these blue orbs all over the place. It was, oh my God. So I'd taken pictures of orbs before and after that. None of them ever, never came out all the same damn color. There was always another color, something in there. They were different shades of blue, but that could have been from the flash. But I've never, ever, in all my pictures of taking pictures of orbs, and for those of you who remember back in the day when I used to put them up all the time, that there's orange ones, there's dark blue, and these were all sapphire blue. And that I would be contacted. The reason they were having a little chat in my head was that because of my learning ability into understanding all ethereal beings and all of the spirit world and so forth. Not that I understood it all, but that I accept that it could exist, So are they good or are they bad? Doesn't matter. Does it exist? Yes or no? Okay. The answer is yes. Could they exist? Okay. Do I need proof? No, because I have faith in the universe that there are millions and billions of things, and even the teachings of Native American folks and those ancient teachers, they're ancient. There are billions of worlds and billions of creatures, and on each of these worlds, and so look at how many different species of stuff on planet Earth, between how many different kinds of spiders, how many different kinds of ants, how many different kinds of birds, how many okay, now what about bears and ducks and geese and fish, and now let's talk about plant life, you know what I mean? So there are thousands of stuff on this planet, one planet in the solar system. We don't have a clue what's on the rest of them, they say. But in understanding this, so if we understand uh, our connection to the universe, in that the billions of possibilities, if we just accept that they're there, those possibilities exist, then we can be open to, hey, how are you? I'm a blue orb from Saturn or something. You know what I mean? I mean, it just, anyway. helping Hawkeye to set blue wrench. Freaked me out, man. What? You know, Doug, I thank you for that. But when I originally started doing this, and I know you've been with me less times than some other folks, but in my really earlier videos, um, you know, I didn't want to do this. And, you know, Brian Barnett from Milky Way, he was one of my first subscribers, like number 7 or number 11. I mean, really soon on in there, you know, God bless him. And we know he's still out there in the universe. And so my criteria for doing this was not to push the channel. It was just to do it. Now, you could push it. You can say, hey, I've listened to this guy. You can do it. But as far as myself doing any type of self-publicizing on my behalf, like, you know, when have you ever heard me, very rarely, that I say, you know, share this video with your friends? If you think it's necessary, then by all means, it's up to you. So in my doing this, in the purity of what I'm supposed to do, I just have to put it out there. It's for the individuals who come in. Everybody's welcome unless they really turn out to be a complete and total dit ass. You know, if this guy earlier had gotten a little more rude, I would have asked him to leave. But, you know, I was like, he's in a loop and he might hear something that might actually do him some good. So, you know, we have to allow this, you know, as hard as it could be sometimes, you know. But anyway, but in watching other folks like Dante and other channels, and you know, I'm not trying to drop names, but you know, there are certain things that I understood to be true, but I had no proof. And then Dante came along and proved to me what I had learned from myself. And I went, whoa, oh, whoa. He just showed me, he just gave me holy crap. You know, I thought I was the only one that knew this, you know? So do I believe everything that he says? And here's my point. I have to at least accept that it could be true. And when he shows proof of this and that and that and this and this and that, and I go, you know, and there was one video we did one time, and I saw this picture and I was like, I was there. It struck a chord in me and I was like, wait a minute. I was in that battle with him and them. I remember the battle scenes. It was up on the rampart and there was, you know, a couple of us and we snuck in from the thing and it was like, oh, holy crap. I was there. Now, whether I knew who he was or whatever, and there are very few things in life that just like I was there. And this was one of them. And I was like, holy, it was like storm the castle with the you know, the Knights Templar kind of thing. But as I've told as I've mentioned before, there are things that I know, like I'm too good at a bow and arrow without all this fancy equipment. I'm really too good at it without having any formal training. Same thing when I did the play The Vikings. We had a real swordsman from the University of Florida State University who teaches swordsmanship and that kind of thing in movies and stuff, right? And so when he came up from Tallahassee and we did our rehearsals and stuff using real live, honest to God, you know, Viking type swords, he was like, have you had training before? And I was like, no. And he pulled me off to the side and he goes, all these other people are having a lot of trouble with, you know, the then, the thing, the down, the boom, the check, and the back. There was a certain one, two, three, four, and I'm usually not very good at that. And he pulled me out to the side and he goes, you are sure you've never had any formal sword fighting training? And I said, not in this life. And he looked at me and his face went down. He goes, I see what you mean. And he said, I get it. And I said, it just comes natural to me. I said, maybe in a previous life. And he goes, that's all you need to say. And he wasn't trying to shut me up. He knew what I was talking about. So if there were times when somebody couldn't get what this thing was, that he said, go over here with Dave. He knows what he's doing. And everybody out there was like 20 other guys, and they're all going, how come Dave knows how to sword fight and the rest of us don't? They were all like, Dave, you ever done this before? No. Well, then how, I'm like, I don't know. I just know how to do this. So, but anyway, with that was before, that's been quite a few moons ago. But in that, though, I saw this thing on Dante's channel they were showing, and I was like, oh shit, I was there. I remember the thingy, and it was like really strange. So, in some previous life, I have learned about bow, longbow type thing. I've also, picked up some kind of sword mastery I had no idea that I had until I was in that production of the Vikings. So I think in each of us, we have hidden talents. I know these are some creepy ones that showed up in my life, and I'm like, how, how did I know this? How do I know how to sword fight? I've watched a lot of movies, and I love a good swashbuckler, man. But I think I must have been a pirate in a previous life too. There's a yo ho ho and a bottle of rum. 16 men on a good man's chest. Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum. What do you do? What do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor early in the morning? Put him in the bilge till he's sober. Put him in the bilge till he's sober. Put him in the bilge till he's sober. Early in the morning. What do you do with the drunken sailor? Everybody now sing along. This is the sing along portion of of the video. I don't think I can. I don't think I'm going to get hit for a, a, a a strike for playing, for singing out loud. Mine was with Robin Hood. Wait. Robin Hood. Yeah. And they say he didn't really exist, but there were always some kinds of Robin Hoods. I just, in um, sword fighting and flashbangs. Cool, Jazzy. I'm seriously. I didn't have the flashbangs, but yeah, you've been friends with me for a while. Yeah. Um, an orb disappeared when I tried grabbing it. They will do that. They don't like you grabbing for them. They just don't. I missed y'all's chat and I'm going back up. Why not my ancestor rode back from Hastings with King Richard? Why couldn't Robin Hood exist? I agree. All for one and one for all. That's I knew how to wait, Jody. I missed that. I knew how to properly wear armor. Something. I don't know if that makes me any sense, but I remember you mentioning this before, and that same thought came to mind. Yeah, where's my grog? I agree. I don't know if I was one of the three musketeers or not at that, but I do believe at some point I was like a Knights Templar because there's too much in me that goes too far back that I have been working for the cause. Okay, I've been working for the Christ consciousness, the Christos. I've been working for them folks a lot longer than just this lifetime. I just know that in my heart. And see, my last name, I have said this before, but to as a possible reminder, in that my last name was Lee until I was adopted. Okay, my father is Cicero Lee. I'm not sure if he's still alive, but lived in Dayton, Ohio for a long time. They came from Hazard County, Kentucky, in the southern part of the state, damn near straight south of Cincinnati. But their relatives came from um, Western Virginia, and that's where one of the grandchildren of Robert E. Lee, because Lee, it's they traced it back, goes for me back to Robert E. Now, Robert E., before he was a general or anything, he was a surveyor and a mapper. And there's a lot of that in me. But at the same point, if you go back in the Lee family, the Lees were actually French to begin with and became landed gentry after they came over and were part of the Round Table. Okay, King Arthur and such came over to help take back the country, and by doing such, they were granted land in England, and thus the Lees then became, quote, hierarchy, and then there was a general or something that came over, to the colonies, and anyway, so very interesting history about the Lee family, and that Robert E. Many folks don't understand this, but married the granddaughter of George Washington. So that would make me royalty in some way if that bloodline were true. But here's what I mean about this. I still have this, sense of mapping and directions and so forth. And it's always been of an interest. So is that, does that come through the bloodline of Robert E? Could I have been Robert E at some point? Nah, I'm not pushing that one. But, there are a lot of similarities, in my life that when I read about him, I was like, oh, holy crap. And, if my bloodline came from France with sword fighting and them guys during the times of King Arthur, well, that would kind of, that could have been one of them, not King Arthur, but one of the guys that came over to help him. Okay. And there is said to be a Lee family crest in the, one of the, you know what I mean, the shield kind of thingies. So, but I do not know how to speak French. Anyway, not we do these three amigos salute. There you go. But I do have this sense of all for one and one for all in all things that I've did. If it was setting up a carnival ride, it was all for one and one for all. We're a team. We're going to put this ride together. Or, whatever we're going to do, it's all, if we do a play, come on, gang, it's all for what we're, if we all got to be together on this. We got, so this camaraderie and this all for one and one for all has been in my life for a long time. Now, whether or not I was a musketeer, I don't want to push that at all. But to the point of understanding, though, what honor means, what betrayal means, And one of the things that was recently said, Dante's channel, and by Putin and by others too, but what's the most important thing of all things, it's forgiveness. But can you forgive all things? And there's one thing that is very difficult to forgive, and that's betrayal, So in all of this wanting to be honest and speak the truth, there are times when I'm not sure of stuff, but I got to blurt it out there because, there's more information that people will, and you got to accept it. Ancient aliens, yes, come on, get over it. Now, do we have to get picky about where we're from and who? I'm not for that. But can we say that, let's all agree we're from the stars, as all the native cultures and the ancients knew about? Come on, forget about it. Of course the Egyptians knew that they came from other places. Yeah, duh. Like, come on. So, and I love you, Teresa, I do, but here's a real kicker to this whole thing about the Egyptians. We're trying to understand a culture that comes from another flipping planet. It ain't from around here. And the pyramids are the proof, So and so the humans who were trying to understand this higher level of thinking wrote down and painted what they knew. So anyway, but there is much more to the story than these folks are even trying to, let out. If they told the truth, oh my God. Okay, there's my 4 hours, Michelle. So whether or not we can believe everything that some of these folks tell us or not, we have to at least go, you know what? There's more to this story than we understand. So in looking for it, there's nothing wrong with, looking for a truth in there. But we also have to understand there's some really much higher levels of some of this. And we're trying to understand a puzzle that only the ancients knew what it meant. And these guys now are like trying to come up with the stuff and these things. It's a steam engine, for God's sakes, for the pyramids. Oh my God. I've heard some crazy stuff, but that one whacked me out. Well, listen, my friends, I dearly love you. And Teresa, I love you for what you do. Keep doing your work. It's important. And King Henry the eighth was the best I ever was. Yeah. I'm Henry the eighth. I am Henry the eighth. I am. I am. I got married to the withered next door. She'd been married 7 times before, and everyone was an Henry. Henry wouldn't be a very old man. Then ain't no one like Henry. Henry the eighth. I am. Second verse, same as the first. All right. So it'd be good to see you, Jazzy. You're welcome. Much love to you, family, too. I used to know who sang that, and I can't think of it now. Doug says, I have been around many, many times. Me too, Doug. So I'm going to end this 4 hours and 8 minutes in. Much love to you, Isby. It's good to hear from you. 3:41 a.m. And smoke if you got them. One for the road, right? So in this entire long conversation, when you begin to understand that the manna is the air that we breathe and everything that surrounds us is the universe and the universe is us, and you see the simplicity in it, when all these other folks and religions and so forth wish to present this and that getting to heaven is a hard thing, It isn't really. So even Jesus said it in his parables, you know. So we're not off the mark much, but the um, we've left the bark behind. In other words, and in the one reading tonight was that, you know, Weasel saw the boat people coming and said, you know, that when they come, they bring thunder and they put thunder in their weapons and they kill the animals without, you know, concern. Um, yes, Teresa, it's a combination of star seeds and everything, but we have to understand that there's just more to the story than just here. That's all. That's the basic thing. So I continue to pray. I do each and every day. Every time I put my feet on the floor, I say thank you to the universe for these lovely people that I have met through this channel. I continue to pray, and I will continue to my last breath. I will continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and of course, the blessings from the universe. Every day that I put them feet on the floor and walk outside and put my hands up to the sky and say, thank you to the universe. I continue to pray that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives, and all of your relations, past, present, and to come, will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the wisdom from the universe. And in that law of three that means so much to me, I continue to pray that each and every one of you continue your journey to continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge and the healing, the wisdom and the blessings from the universe. And you continue on your journey of teaching others, and that you continue to show the compassion and the love and the compassion that is necessary in this time of the world. Mandy Moo, we love you. Thank you. Um, One Andromeda, we do not promote anyone. Gnosis, we simply, yep, lay it out. Yep. A good night to you, Mr. Jody. Thank you. Love you too, Teresa. Um, you're welcome, Elderberry. Mandy Moo, many hugs, cosmic hugs to everybody. And Mandy, thank you for the reading that you gave me. I will find out more soon, I think. One song and going to sleep. All right. So, my friends, keep it between the ditches. And you know how I always say that down here in South Georgia, you know, always be compassionate, even when it's tough to do. That's a hard one to do. So, but we accept the universe and we love you. Keep it between the ditches and TTFN. Ta ta for now. Until next time. Ween. We love you, Bob, for allowing us to do these. And good night, family. Have a great and blessed tomorrow. Till next time, TTFN, and cheers, everybody.